with the arrival of our VVIPs, so we'll be getting underway shortly. Thank you for your patience.
On the final review of the Asian and Pacific Decade for Persons with Disabilities, 2013 to 2022. Please join me in welcoming our special guests to the podium. Her Excellency Ibu Amida Salsia Alishabana, United Nations Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary of the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, ESCAP. His Excellency Professor Dr. Muhajir Effendi, Coordinating Minister for Human Development and Cultural Affairs, Republic of Indonesia, and Her Excellency Ibu Tri Wishmaharini, Minister of Social Affairs, Republic of Indonesia, and hosts of this high-level intergovernmental meeting on the final review of the Asian and Pacific Decade of Persons with Disabilities. Ms. Maulani Agustia Otinsulu, Secretary General of the ASEAN Disability Forum and Chief Advisory and co-founder of the Indonesian Association of Women with Disabilities. Dr. Srinivas Tata, Director of the Social Development Division of ESCAP and Secretary to the meeting. Welcome once again. May I now most kindly ask you to please join me in a moment of silence in respect of the late Mr. Young Wook Song, one of the champions of the Asia-Pacific Decade, who sadly passed away on the 8th of October this year. May I please ask our colleagues to display the photo of Mr. Song on the screen. Mr. Song was a lawyer. His work as the founder of Disabled People's International Korea has been monumental in focusing a critical shift in perspective towards viewing disability rights as a human rights issue rather than a welfare issue. May his soul rest in peace. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, may I now hand over the floor to Mr. Jova Alexa and Ms. Citra Permiata from the Ministry of Social Affairs, Republic of Indonesia, to introduce and commence the cultural performance.
You are about to enjoy the opening dance, Rejang Dewa Dance. Will be performing by Pratnya Swari Dance Studio. Rejang Dewa Dance will be presented by disabled dancers, assisted by the Pratnya Swari Studio and accompanied by gamelan musicians consist of limitation physically, blind, deaf and speech from the SLBN1 community of Denpasar City.
Our distinguished delegates, Rejang Dewa Dance is a traditional Balinese dance accompanied by beautiful gamelan that happened to be a traditional Balinese music. Rejang Dewa Dance is a dance to welcome the deity who came from heaven and down to earth. Rejang Dewa Dance is specifically performed at a time at traditional or religious ceremony of the Hindu community in Bali.
Ladies and gentlemen, and show will continue with the performance by Arda Krishna Pratama, a blind sensory disabled child from Klaten Regency, Central Java.
Arda is 15 years old and attending special needs school SLB Ayat Klaten. Singing famous Indonesian song, collaborate with Mr. Widya Narkobudi from Asi Budi Jakarta Foundation.
Ladies and gentlemen, give applause and enjoy
Rejang Dewa Dance. Continue with Arda Krishna Pratama.
wong kok ngene kok dibanding-bandingke saing-saingke ya mesti kalah tak ya aku ya ora mampu mung saku aku mencintaimu ku berharap engkau mengerti di hati ini hanya ada Ibu Risma
amazing, truly amazing performances. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to kindly invite the United Nations Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Ms. Ibu Amida Salcia Alishabana, to deliver her opening remarks. Ibu Amida, please, the floor is yours.
Yang kami hormati Bapak Muhajir Effendi, Coordinating Minister for Human Development and Cultural Affairs of Indonesia. Yang kami hormati Ibu Tri Risma Harini, Minister of Social Affairs of Indonesia, Ministers, Excellency Ministers, Vice Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Ambassadors, Ibu Maulani Agustia Rotinsulu, Representative of Organization of Persons with Disabilities Asia Pacific, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, selamat pagi. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you to the high-level intergovernmental meeting on the final review of the Asian and Pacific Decade of Persons with Disabilities 2013-2022. I would like to express my deep appreciation to the government of Indonesia, in particular to Ibu Risma, for the foresight and leadership in hosting this very important event. I would like to thank the members and associate members of the Commission, the United Nations entities, Organization of Persons with Disabilities, and other stakeholders for joining this meeting. In the spirit of nothing about us without us, I would especially like to thank all the participants who identify as a person with disabilities for joining us. Over the past 30 years, the Asia-Pacific region has been a leader in disability inclusion, in part through the 3 decades of persons with disabilities proclaimed by ESCAP member states. In the current decade, the region promoted progress by creating the world's first set of regionally agreed disabilities specific goals in the ASEAN strategy to make the right real for persons with disabilities in Asia and the Pacific. Building on these commitments, the Beijing Declaration, including the action plan to accelerate the implementation of the ASEAN strategy, provided member states with policy guidance on further advancing disability inclusive development. While we have made commendable advances over the past 30 years, much more needs to be done. More than 700 million persons with disabilities living in the region continue to face significant barriers to full and effective participation in society. Persons with disabilities generally experience higher rates of poverty and unemployment, and children with disabilities are less likely to attend school. Only 1 in 4 persons with disabilities are employed, and 7 in 10 persons with disabilities do not have social protection. Barriers continue to inhibit persons with disabilities from accessing the physical environment, public transportation and information, and communication. Findings from a recent ESCAP survey suggest that many government buildings, websites, and modes of public transportation continue to lack accessibility features. Persons with disabilities are underrepresented in decision-making processes. Less than 1% of the total parliamentarians in the region, and on average, less than 20% of the members of National Coordination Mechanism on Disability are persons with disabilities. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, we should harness the synergies between the Sustainable Development Goals and the ASEAN strategy goals to fulfill our dual commitments to leave no one behind and to make the right real. A human rights-based approach is critical to achieving inclusive societies. While most ESCAP members and associate members with treaty-making capacity have ratified or acceded to the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, governments must now harmonize their national legislation to the Convention and ensure effective implementation. We need to strengthen existing partnerships and forge new ones, including with the private sector and organization of persons with disabilities, inclusive public procurement policies, incorporating universal design, and providing incentive for the private sector to mainstream disability inclusion throughout the business cycle will not only benefit persons with disabilities, but also businesses as they gain new clients, suppliers, and innovative employees. Moving forward, policies should be based on a gender-responsive approach that addresses the full life cycle, considering the specific needs of children, women, and other older persons with disabilities. To guide the design of these policies, we must increase the collection and analysis of data disaggregated by sex, age, and disability. Most importantly, our policies should be developed and implemented with the full and meaningful participation of persons with disabilities. In fact, this principle should underpin all of our work in disability inclusive development. Let us give new life and meaning to the phrase, "Nothing about us without us." Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, in the achievement of the past 3 decades of persons with disabilities, we have a strong foundation to build on to continue advancing disability inclusion in Asia Pacific. This week, we come together to review the progress we have made, learn good practices from one another, and gain consensus on new strategic direction. We will consider how to adjust to emerging issues such as population aging, digital transformation, and climate change. And in all discussions, we will hear the life experiences of persons with diverse disabilities. We hope that at the end of this meeting, member states will adopt an outcome document that reflects a renewed commitment to disability inclusive development and charge the way forward for the new decade in the Asia Pacific region. I look forward to a vibrant, inspiring, and inclusive meeting. Terima kasih. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ibu Amida, for your heartening and inspiring opening remarks, which sets the stage for this meeting. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to kindly invite His Excellency Professor Dr. Muhajir Effendi, Coordinating Minister for Human Development and Cultural Affairs, Republic of Indonesia, to deliver his keynote address. Your Excellency, please, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. Yang saya hormati dan saya banggakan, Under Secretary General of United States Nations and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Ibu Profesor Armida Salsiah Ali-Shahbana. Yang saya hormati Ibu Menteri Sosial Republik Indonesia, Ibu Tri Risma hari ini, Minister for Women, Children and Poverty Alleviation of Fiji, Mrs. Rosi Akbar, Minister of Gender, Family and Social Services of Maldives, Mrs. Aisyah Mohamed Didi, Minister of State for Gender, Family and Social Services of Maldives, Ms. Ifham Hussein, Secretary General of Asian Disability Forum and Chief of Advisory and co-founder of the Indonesian Association for Women with Disabilities, Ibu Maulani Agustiah Ratin Sulu, distinguished representative of the Government of Indonesia, distinguished guests, all delegates. First of all, allow me to warmly welcome everyone to Jakarta and attend the high-level intergovernmental meeting on the final review of Asian and Pacific Decade of Persons with Disabilities, 2013-2022. A meeting, I believe, is crucial for taking our steps further in current turbulence geopolitics, yet promising post-pandemic recovery. In 2013, we all had endorsed the Ministerial Declaration on the Asian and Pacific Decade of Persons with Disabilities, 2013-2022, and the ancient strategy to make the rights real for persons with disabilities in Asia and Pacific. Since then, material improvement had been marked in many countries, including Indonesia. The Indonesian constitutions, or our constitution, underlines the mandate for the government to respect, protect, and ensure the full and equal enjoyment of the rights of the people with disabilities. Hence, progress had been made in the implementation of the rights of persons with disabilities. And on behalf of the government of the Republic of Indonesia, I would love to highlight a few to trigger further discussion in the session ahead. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, within the last decade, the government of Indonesia has taken fundamental steps to advance our legal and institutional frameworks through the issuance of the Law Number 8, year 2016, on the persons with disabilities. It has then significantly transformed the government's strategy in promoting and fulfilling the rights of persons with disabilities. In the context of National Development Agenda, the government has formulated Government Regulation Number 70 of year 2019 on the planning, implementation, and evaluation of the respect, protection, and fulfillment of the rights of persons with disabilities. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the government of Indonesia has publicly showcased its progress in the implementation of disability-related regulation, measures, policies, and programs through several occasions. Indonesia continuously commits to mainstream a right-based perspective in the current development planning, budgeting, and in the implementation of relevant policies and programs to overcome barriers and discrimination, as well as accommodate the rights and empower persons with disabilities. Moving forward, all these tactical strategies will be articulated into several policies to achieve the meaningful disability-sensitive developments. I am confident that by working together and having a strong global partnership can accomplish disability visibility, accessibility, inclusion, and equality of rights. By saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, allow me to declare that high-level intergovernmental meeting on the final review of the ASEAN and Pacific Decade of Persons with Disabilities, 2022 is open. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Professor Dr. Muhajir Effendi, for your compelling keynote address. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly introduce you to our curtain raiser on the final review of the Asian and Pacific Decade of Persons with Disabilities 2013 to 2022. Please sit back and enjoy.
Asia and the Pacific is home to more than 700 million persons with disabilities. A diverse group of women, men, girls, and boys living with some form of disability. Their human rights and fundamental freedoms have been expressly recognized in the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. And their full and equal participation is essential to achieving the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its pledge to leave no one behind. In 2012, the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, ESCAP, and its membership launched the third consecutive Asian and Pacific Decade of Persons with Disabilities and adopted the Incheon strategy to make the right real for persons with disabilities in Asia and the Pacific. In 2017, members further adopted the Beijing Declaration, including the action plan to accelerate the implementation of the Incheon strategy. In 2022, the final review of the decade will lead to new strategic directions on disability-inclusive development. Over the past decade, countries in the region have made progress towards the Incheon strategy goals. 47 ESCAP member states have ratified or acceded to the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, a great increase from a decade ago. During this time, more countries have developed disability-related laws, policies, and strategies, including national action plans for the empowerment of women and girls with disabilities. And noticeable progress has been made towards improving the accessibility of the built environment, public transport, communications technology, and services. But significant gaps remain. In Asia and the Pacific, only 1 in every 4 persons with disabilities are employed, compared to 3 in every 5 persons without disabilities. Between 11 and 30% of persons with disabilities live below the national poverty line. And less than 1% of the region's parliamentarians are persons with disabilities. Persons with disabilities, especially women and girls, are still more likely to live in poverty than persons without disabilities. They are less likely to be employed, are significantly underrepresented in national parliaments, and many do not receive any social protection benefits. Children with disabilities are less likely to participate in early childhood education. Persons with disabilities are more likely to die during disasters. And we still need more data across the region to design effective policies. As the current decade of persons with disabilities concludes in 2022, we must acknowledge these remaining inequalities and renew our commitment to action. A whole-of-government approach must be adopted to supporting and empowering persons with disabilities. Partnerships must be created with a wider range of stakeholders, including organizations of persons with disabilities and the private sector, to address the emerging challenges brought by the COVID-19 pandemic, population aging, climate change, and to leverage the opportunities presented by digital transformation. And the peoples of Asia and the Pacific must recognize that disability inclusion is everyone's business. By joining our forces over the next decade, we can and we must make the right real for persons with disabilities in Asia and the Pacific.
you enjoyed this informative and inspiring curtain raiser. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my pleasure to introduce the special address of His Excellency Mr. Cho Kyu-hong, Minister of Health and Welfare of the Republic of Korea. The Republic of Korea was the host country of the 2012 Incheon Intergovernmental Meeting, where the Incheon Strategy was launched together with the Asian and Pacific Decade for Persons with Disabilities 2013 to 2022. His Excellency will be joining this meeting through video message.
존경하는 의장님, UN ESCAP 회원국 및 준회원국 정부 대표단과 시민사회 단체 대표 여러분, 대한민국 보건복지부 장관 조규홍입니다. 우선 제3차 아태장애인 10년의 최종 평가를 위한 의미 있는 회의를 주최해 주신 인도네시아 정부에 진심으로 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 그리고 아시아 태평양 장애인의 더 나은 삶을 위해 헤아릴 수 없이 많은 지원을 하고 있는 UN ESCAP에도 깊은 감사의 말씀을 드리며 특별 연설의 기회를 주셔서 감사합니다. 대한민국은 인천 전략의 주도국으로서 아태 지역 장애인의 권리 실현을 위한 인천 전략 이행에 최선을 다하였습니다. 우선 안정적인 인천 전략의 이행을 위해 체계적인 국제 협력을 위한 제도적 장치를 마련하였습니다. 인천 전략을 시행한 2013년에 국제개발협력기본법을 개정하여 장애인을 국제개발협력개발도상국의 인권 향상 실현 대상으로 포함하도록 하였습니다. 2017년 한국국제협력단을 통해 장애 포괄적 개발협력 사업 가이드라인을 수립하였고 2020년 인권 기반 개발협력 이행 계획 등을 발표한 바 있습니다. 대한민국 정부는 지난 10년간 국제기구 협력 사업, 국별 협력 사업, 글로벌 연수 사업, 민간 협력 사업, 인식 개선 사업 등 다양한 형태로 아태 지역 장애인의 완전한 권리 실천을 위해 노력해 왔습니다. 특히 사무국은 인천 전략 8번째 목표인 장애 통계 개선을 위해 UN ESCAP과 협력하여 신뢰 가능하고 비교 가능한 장애 데이터 구축을 위한 프로젝트를 추진하고 있습니다. 대한민국 정부는 아태 지역 국가들과 함께 중장기 협력 사업을 추진하며 현지 장애인의 삶의 질 향상을 위해 노력해 왔습니다. 몽골 정부와 협력하여 몽골 영유아 대상 장애 조기 발견 및 개입 프로젝트를 진행함으로써 인천 전략의 5번째 목표인 장애 아동 교육 증진 및 조기 개입 확대를 위해 노력하였습니다. 또한 라오스, 인도네시아, 미얀마와 협력하여 현지 장애인의 직업 능력 향상을 위한 직업 재활 훈련과 장애인 고용 카페를 개소함으로써 인천 전략의 첫 번째 목표인 빈곤 감소 및 고용 증진을 위해서도 지속적으로 노력해 왔습니다. 코로나19의 위기로 국제 교류가 제한되는 상황 속에서도 온라인을 통해 해외 네트워크 확장을 위한 노력도 지속하였습니다. 2020년 아태 지역 비영리 민간기관 대상 공모 사업을 통해 네팔, 인도, 방글라데시, 스리랑카, 파키스탄, 라오스 등 아태 지역 국가의 단체들과도 협력하였습니다. 현지 수요에 맞는 장애인 사업을 추진하는 등 인천 전략 10번째 목표인 국제적, 지역적 협력 강화에 기여하고자 노력하였습니다. 나아가 2014년부터 2019년까지 아태 지역 총 12개 나라를 대상으로 매년 장애 담당 정부 공무원과 민간 전문가 초청 연수를 진행하여 역량 강화를 도모하였습니다. 올해는 11월에 타지키스탄과 키르기즈스탄 2개국을 대상으로 온라인 연수도 예정되어 있습니다. 이와 함께 보건복지부 산하 한국국제보건의료재단에서 2019년부터 재활의료 인력 양성 및 재활의료체계 구축 사업을 실시하는 등 캄보디아의 장애인 권리 향상을 위한 노력도 기울여 왔습니다. 인천 전략 9번째 목표인 장애인 권리 협약 비준 확대 및 국내법과의 조화를 위해 2019년 하버드 대학과 협력하여 UN 장애인 권리 협약 전문가 심화 연수를 개최하기도 하였습니다. 대한민국 정부는 인천 전략의 성공적인 마무리를 위해 인천 전략 추진 성과에 대한 평가와 방향에 대한 논의도 지속하고 있습니다. 2020년 인천 전략 이행기금 사업평가 및 장애 포괄적 국제개발협력 지속 방안 연구를 진행하였고 2021년 인천 전략 10년의 성과 국제포럼을 개최하였었습니다. 이 포럼에는 아태 지역 17개 국가 약 90개의 정부와 장애인 단체가 참석하였고 인천 전략의 성과를 돌아보고 향후 방향에 대한 논의를 하였습니다. 아태 지역은 60세 이상 인구 비율의 급증에 따른 고령 장애인의 권리 보장 문제에 직면하고 있습니다. 또한 사회 취약계층의 불평등을 심화시키는 국제적 감염병 사태, 기후 위기로 인해 더 빈번해지는 자연재해 등 새로운 도전에도 직면하고 있습니다. 대한민국 정부는 앞으로도 이러한 새로운 과제를 해결하는 데 있어 아태 지역 국가들이 힘을 합쳐 나갈 수 있도록 인천 전략의 모든 목표 실현과 자카르타 선언문의 이행을 위해 지속 노력해 가겠습니다. 감사합니다.
We thank His Excellency, Mr. Cho Kyo-hong, for this thoughtful and informative special address. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we now have the honor to introduce you to the special address from Her Excellency, Ms. Zhang Haidi, Chairperson of China's Disabled Persons Federation, President of Rehabilitation International, and ESCAP Decade Champion. China was the host country of the 2017 Intergovernmental meeting in Beijing at the midpoint review of the decade, where the Beijing Declaration, including the action plan to accelerate the implementation of the Incheon strategy, was adopted. Her Excellency will be joining this meeting through video message.
Your Excellency Alicia Habana, dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Over the past years, ESCAP has been promoting the disability inclusive development in the region with fruitful results. It has launched 3 consecutive Asian and Pacific decades of persons with disabilities, which are regarded as a model of regional cooperation on disability. Hereby, I would like to extend my high appreciation and heartfelt thanks to ESCAP. China has been an active advocate and a firm practitioner of the Asian and Pacific Decade of Persons with Disabilities. In 2017, we hosted the midterm review for the current decade. The Beijing Declaration and its action plan produced have accelerated the implementation of the Incheon strategy. The past years have witnessed the significant progress of disability work in China. We provide better services based on the date of the basic status and the needs of nearly 37 million registered persons with disabilities. By the year of 2020, 7.1 million impoverished persons with disabilities in rural areas have been lifted out of absolute poverty as scheduled. We support disabled persons with working capacities to get employed. In particular, we start to build beautiful crafts workshops to promote the employment of women with disabilities. We guarantee the rights of persons with disabilities to take part in public and political life. Of 6,000 persons with disabilities and representatives of their interests serve as deputies to the People's Congress and members of People's Political Consultative Conference at all levels. We advance the building of barrier-free environments in urban and rural areas. During the Beijing Paralympic Winter Games last March, para-athletes from across the world fully enjoyed the convenience brought by the accessible facilities. We grant living allowances for persons with disabilities, in difficulties, and caring subsidies for those with severe disabilities, benefiting more than 27 million persons with disabilities. We attach great importance to develop high-quality inclusive education. Of 10,000 students with disabilities are admitted by colleges and universities each year. We are establishing a national-level University of Rehabilitation Sciences to incubate more talents on rehabilitation. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, the third Asian and the Pacific decade of persons with disabilities has come to an end, and a new decade will begin. In the context of COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, population aging, digital transformation, and other difficulties, the Asia-Pacific region is facing challenges in implementing CRPD and achieving the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. Hereby, I wish to put forth 3 suggestions. First, we need to strengthen the solidarity and the cooperation among ESCAP members in the region to address the common challenges, relieve and eradicate the impact of the pandemic on persons with disabilities. Second, we need to fully secure the rights to subsistence and the development of persons with disabilities, particularly women and children with disabilities, through economic empowerment and social securities. Third, we need to enhance the scientific innovation and big data application on disability, thus better promoting the inclusion of persons with disabilities. Together with ESCAP Secretariat and the members, the Chinese government will continue to support the new decade and embark on a new journey towards disability inclusive development in the post-pandemic era. I wish the meeting a complete success. Thank you.
We thank Her Excellency Ms. Zhang Haidi for sharing with us her inspiring special address. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, next may I kindly invite to the podium Ms. Maulani Agustia Hotinsulu, Secretary General of the ASEAN Disability Forum and co-founder of the Indonesian Association of Women with Disabilities, to deliver her statement. Ms. Hotinsulu, please, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Your Excellencies, Coordinating Minister of Human Development and Culture, Bapak Muhajir Effendi, Your Excellency, Minister of Social Affairs, Ibu Risma Harini, Your Excellency, United Nations Under Secretary General and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Madam Armida Salsiah Ali Sahbana, Your Excellency, Minister of Gender, Family and Social Service, Madam Aisyah Muhammad Didi from Maldives. It is an honor for me to deliver this statement on behalf of 700 million persons with disability in ESCAP region. Excellencies, CSO, friends and colleagues, I'm proud that Indonesia is the first country outside of East and North Asia to host a regional decade high-level intergovernmental meetings. So on behalf of the CSO pre-event, for these high-level intergovernmental meetings that organized by ASEAN Disability Forum and the Pacific Disability Forum, supported by Disability Rights Fund, I would like to highlight 3 major milestones. First, 47 ESCAP member states ratified the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Second, more governments, UN entities, and the private sectors are now open disability inclusion through partnering with CSO, in particular, organizations of persons with disabilities, and our allies. The third, we, women and men with disability, are more empowered. The membership of the Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities includes 15 of us from the ESCAP regions. Thank you. And among us, parliamentarians, policy advisors, business owners, and other professionals, although it is very few, still very few. So we raise our voice for those left behind, persons with dementia, deaf-blind persons, persons living with rare disease, persons with multiple disabilities, and gender minority groups. So for the new decade, let us draw attention on 6 areas for action in all sectors and all entities. 1, engage persons with disabilities meaningfully by ensuring that underrepresented groups engage in all stages of planning and budgeting. 2, engage those who are duty bearers for the rights of persons with disability, to respect persons with disabilities as rights holders, and adhere to the principles of inclusion and equitability in all matters regarding persons with disabilities. And 3, tackle negative attitudes, stereotypes, and stigma that devalue persons with disabilities on the basis of actual or perceived impairment. 4, strengthen all viable alternatives to the institutionalization, community-inclusive service for persons with disabilities, especially persons with psychosocial disabilities, persons with intellectual disabilities, and persons with multiple disabilities. 5, highlight the intersectionality of disabilities with other characteristics, such as gender and age, to achieve stronger social protection. 6, strengthen OPD ESCAP partnership with sub-regional intergovernmental organizations to accelerate the implementation of Incheon strategy for disability equitable development. Thank you, ESCAP, for the government of, and also the government of Indonesia. As partners, let's make the right trails in the new decade. I thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ms. Wotinsulu, for your insightful statement. At this juncture, the Secretariat wishes to invite heads of delegations for a group photo here in front of the stage. We would like to invite the Executive Secretary, the Chair, the Vice Chairs, Honorable Coordinating Minister, and heads of delegations of ESCAP members and associate members, as well as the distinguished CSO representative who just spoke at the opening. Please may you join a photo before the rostrum. We kindly ask you to stand on the 2 stairs immediately before the flower arrangement. And for the first row, I have the honor to invite on the first row, in front of the stairs, Her Excellency Ibu Amida Sasi Ali Shabana, United Nations Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary of the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, His Excellency Coordinating Minister for Human Development and Cultural Affairs, Republic of Indonesia, the Chair of the meeting, Her Excellency Ibu Tri Wishmaharini, Minister of Social Affairs, Republic of Indonesia, the Vice Chairs of the meeting, as well as delegations represented at Vice Ministerial level, Ms. Sarah Minkara, Special Advisor for International Disability Rights, Bureau of Democracy, Human Rights, and the Rule of Law, United States of America, and CSO Representative Ms. Maulani Agustia Utunsulu. May we kindly invite all heads of delegations to join the group photo at the rostrum, please. Thank you to all heads of delegations for joining the group photo. Thank you very much. We will now take a very short, about 5-minute break to arrange the rostrum. Thank you very much for your patience.
No, I can.
panas ya ibu? Oke, oke. Terima kasih. Ya. Ibu mau saya kasihkan gula? Ya, jangan. Tapi aku yang ngaduk ya. Oh iya bu. Kasih gula tapi jangan takut kemanisan. Oh iya. Ini mungkin ibu mau tambah sendiri gitu biar ibu tahu. Enggak apa-apa. Enggak apa-apa. Saya tuangin ya. Ya. Iya. Itu ada 2 ibu gulanya. Oke gula. Terus sendok. Ini sendok. Saya ambilin ibu snack dulu ya. Ya mau yang manis atau bagaimana ibu? Ya lengkap aja. Oh oke. Ini ada roti snack. Oh iya. Aku sekalian ngambil Pak Bagus soalnya. Apa gitu? Ada kayak roti croissant, mozzarella, sama kayak martabak. Oh iya. Gitu. Snack sama kopi. Tisu nggak ada. Ambil tisu. Tinggal dulu ya bu. Yuk. Kenapa? Lo kok batuk ya? Dari dulu belum sembuh ya? I'm Georgia from UN Women. Nice to meet you. Disability rights club? Yes. Oh, great. Ya? PPA tuh apa? Bahasa Inggrisnya apa Bu? Center for Election Access Person with Disability. Center for Election Access. Wow, excellent. Person with Disability. Are you enjoying it so far? Yeah. Lots of big statements today. Yes. Yes. The students are wonderful. Yeah. It's such a long day, isn't it? That was from the consultation? Yes. I just met, yeah, I think I met her and the Thai staff at South? Yeah. Yang kosong mana? Kosongnya mana?
As we will resume the meeting momentarily, may I kindly ask you to take your seats?
Daftar dan pergi. Yang foto Mbak Dewi. Ini apa ya Mbak? Gede banget ya.
May we most kindly ask you to take your seats as the meeting will resume momentarily. Thank you. The high-level intergovernmental meeting on the final review of the Asian and Pacific Decade of Persons with Disabilities 2013 to 2022 will resume momentarily. May I kindly ask delegates to take their seats? Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as this intergovernmental meeting will resume momentarily, may we kindly ask you to take your seats? Thank you very much.
You will move there after the election.
Yes.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the elections of officers for this meeting. Dr. Srinivas Tata, Director of the Social Development Division of ESCAP and Secretary to this meeting, may I most kindly invite you to conduct the election of officers? Dr. Tata, please. The floor is yours.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is my honor and pleasure to conduct the election of officers for the high-level intergovernmental meeting on the final review of the Asian and Pacific Decade of Persons with Disabilities 2013 to 2022. This meeting will elect one chair and two vice chairs. I am now pleased to invite nominations from the floor. Are there any delegations wishing to take the floor? I recognize the delegation of Bhutan. Madam, the floor is yours.
The delegation from Bhutan has the honor to nominate the following Beru for this meeting. For the position of chair, Her Excellency Ms. Ibu Tri Risma Hari, Minister of Social Affairs, Indonesia. And for the position of vice chair, Her Excellency Ms. Ashad Mohammad Didi, Minister of Gender, Family and Social Services, Maldives. And Her Excellency Ms. Rosie Akbar, Minister for Women, Children and Poverty Alleviation, Fiji. We are sure that under the able leadership of this distinguished Beru, all the tasks assigned to us will be achieved successfully. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Bhutan. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the distinguished representative of Bhutan has nominated for chair Her Excellency Ibu Tri Risma Hari, Ministry of Social Affairs, Indonesia, and for vice chairs, Her Excellency Aishat Mohammed Didi, Minister of Gender, Family and Social Services, Maldives, and Her Excellency Rosie Akbar, Minister for Women, Children and Poverty Alleviation of Fiji. Would any other delegation wish to second the nominations made or propose alternative nominations? I recognize the delegation of India, please. The floor is yours, sir.
The delegation from India would like to second the nomination made by the delegation of Bhutan.
I thank the distinguished delegate of India for seconding the nomination made by the distinguished representative of Bhutan. Are there any other delegations who wish to take the floor at this time? I see none. I see none from the floor and none online. And therefore, I have the honor to declare the following delegates elected to the Bureau of this meeting. For the chair of the meeting is Her Excellency Ms. Tri Risma Hari, Minister of Social Affairs of Indonesia. The vice chairs are Her Excellency Ms. Aishat Mohammed Didi, Minister of Gender, Family and Social Services, Maldives, and Her Excellency Ms. Rosie Akbar, Minister for Women, Children and Poverty Alleviation of Fiji. May we greet their election through a big round of applause and acclamation. Madam Chair, I request you to take over the conduct of this meeting. Over to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tata. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, that because we are late now, So, on behalf of the Vice Chairs and myself, I wish to express our warm appreciation to the distinguished delegates for the confidence reposed in us. It is my privilege to serve as your chair for the high-level intergovernmental meeting on the final review of the Asian and Pacific Decades of Persons with Disabilities 2013-2022. Let me begin by extending my appreciation to the members and associate members of the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, ESCAP, Organization of Persons with Disabilities, international and intergovernmental organization, and other stakeholders for attending this meeting. I would also like to thank the ESCAP members, associate member for accepting the offer of the government of Indonesia for hosting this important meeting. I hereby call the meeting to order. Excellency, distinguished delegates, the COVID-19 pandemic has once again exposed the vulnerable inequalities in our societies. Persons with disabilities are badly affected by the pandemic and the socio-economic crisis it has caused. But there is always a silver lining. The pandemic also brings us together in the journey to rebuild and recover better from this crisis. More urgent than ever, all members of our communities, regardless of nationality, gender, age, ethnicity, and disability, need to work together, share responsibilities, and contribute their wisdom and leadership for building back more equitability, exclusivity, and sustainability. The high-level intergovernmental meeting on the final review and the ASEAN Pacific Decade of Persons with Disabilities 2013 and 2022 provides a wonderful opportunity for governments, organizations of persons with disabilities, and other stakeholders from across the Asia-Pacific region to together find solutions that are inclusive of women and men with diverse disability and benefit from their leadership. Distinguished delegates, while we are concluding the decade from 2013 to 2022, it is important to acknowledge that ESCAP member states have proclaimed 3 consecutive disability decades since 1993. And we are the first on the world to adopt a regional framework focusing on disability inclusive development. Today, we will review progress made and celebrate success achieved in the past decade in implementing the 10 goals of the Incheon strategy to make the right real for persons with disabilities in Asia and the Pacific. However, we have to acknowledge that it remains an unfinished business. Therefore, we will also deliberate on the persistent and emerging issues and opportunities for us to advance the right and well-being of the 700 million persons with disabilities in our region. We will share lessons learned and forward-looking policy, strategies, and practices in accelerating the implementation of the Incheon strategy to build an inclusive and sustainable Asia-Pacific region where no one is left behind. I encourage everyone to participate actively in this meeting. We have a very packed agenda ahead of us. This meeting is being organized in a hybrid modality with delegates joining both physically in Jakarta and virtually via Zoom. Due to such circumstances, time management is essential to enable the smooth running of the meeting. I therefore kindly request your cooperation to tailor your intervention to issue directly linked to the respective agenda items and keep your intervention session within the time limit prescribed. I thank you in advance for accommodating this request. Please note that I and my colleagues in the Bureau will enforce time limit strictly so that we can give all delegations the opportunity to speak. Importantly, Member States intend to adopt an outcome document at the end of the deliberation, which will guide of our work in the next decade. The draft outcome document was prepared in close consultation with Member States and took into account the suggestions made by persons with disabilities. The draft outcome document has gone through a process of comprehensive negotiation involving all Member States before agreement was reached by consensus through the adoption of the silence procedure. The facilitator of the consultation, Mr. Sukmo Yuwono, Deputy Permanent Representative of the Republic of Indonesia to ESCAP, has forwarded this agreed draft outcome document to this meeting. The outcome document has been edited and translated and has been posted in the meeting website. Regarding the report of the meeting, only key decisions made during the meeting will be captured and considered for adoption on the final day of the meeting. The draft report will be released on the meeting website by noon October 21st. The proceeding will be captured separately in the form of an account of proceeding and annexed to the report after the meeting. The account of proceeding will be circulated to members and associate member ESCAP for fact-checking and agreement in consultation with the chair. The Bureau seeks your cooperation in steering this meeting to a successful conclusion. We look forward to rigorous discussion and achievement of the expected outcome. Adopt the agenda. We shall now take up Agenda 1, the adoption of the agenda. Is presented to you in the document ESCAP/ABDGP/2022/L1 Yes. Yes. Are there any comment on the provisional agenda which has been circulated well in advance by the Secretariat? Are there no comments through the provisional agenda is adopted? Before we conclude agenda item 1, I would like to invite the Secretariat to provide some housekeeping announcement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will be proceeding with we have the option of delegates to speak either from their seat or to come to the podium. So please inform our ushers in whatever way you want to fulfill your country statements. Thank you. Over to you, Madam Chair.
Distinguished delegates, we will now begin deliberation on agenda item 2. Review of progress and challenges in the implementation of the ASEAN and Pacific Decades of Persons with Disabilities 2013 and to 2022 and the Incheon strategy to make the right real for persons with disabilities in Asia and the Pacific. Under this agenda item, the ESCAP Secretariat will make a brief presentation on the review of progress and challenges as presented to you in the two background document ESCAP/APDDP/2022 and first and ESCAP/APDDP/2022/2 as well as the information paper. I invite Ms. Chai Chai, Chief of Gender Equality and Social Inclusion section, to make the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellencies, distinguished participants, I'm pleased to provide a regional overview on the implementation of the Asian and Pacific Decade of Persons with Disabilities 2013 to 2022 and the In-Chang strategy to make the right real for persons with disabilities in Asia and the Pacific. I would like to request my colleague to put on the PowerPoint. Next slide, please. In 2012, ESCAP member states proclaimed the third Asia-Pacific Disability Decade and adopted the In-Chang strategy to realize the regional vision of disability-inclusive development. The In-Chang strategy comprises the world's first set of 10 regionally agreed disability-specific development goals, with 27 targets and 62 indicators to measure progress in key areas such as employment, social protection, and education. In 2017, the Beijing Declaration, including the action plan to accelerate the implementation of the In-Chang strategy, was adopted at the high-level intergovernmental meeting on the midpoint review of the decade. It provides strategic policy guidance on achieving each goal of the In-Chang strategy. Importantly, the In-Chang strategy and the Beijing Action Plan offer a unique set of tools to support the implementation of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Next slide, please. As the decade concludes, ESCAP has conducted a comprehensive final review to assess the current state of disability-inclusive development in the region. The process included an analytical review and a series of consultation meetings. A total of 31 governments, 24 civil society organizations, and 8 international organizations submitted responses to the ESCAP surveys on the final review of the decade. The findings of the surveys and the desk research show that, despite positive progress made, the Asia-Pacific region has not fulfilled most of the In-Chang strategy goals and targets. Meanwhile, the outcomes of the expert group meeting and the stakeholder consultations also resonate with the findings of the surveys. Next slide, please. I will work with you to take a brief look at the status of disability-inclusive development. Persons with disabilities are likely to be left behind in development efforts. They often fare worse than persons without disabilities in the labor market. Among the 21 countries with data, the average employment to population ratio was 24% for persons with disabilities, while it was 62% for persons without disabilities. Social protection schemes are often inadequate, inaccessible, or unavailable for persons with disabilities. Disability social protection benefit coverage was less than 50% in 21 out of the 40 countries with data. Children with disabilities often had lower rates of school attendance as compared to children without disabilities. Among the 11 countries with data, the percentage of countries with a disability gap in school attendance increased from 22% at preschool level to 88% at upper secondary school level. Next slide, please. Women and girls with disabilities often face multiple and intersecting forms of discrimination. In the 6 countries with available data, the percentage of currently married women with functional difficulties aged 15 to 49 years old who need family planning and have their needs satisfied ranged from 45% to 82%. Persons with disabilities are commonly underrepresented in political processes. They accounted for only 0.8% of the total parliamentarians in the 10 countries with data. Physical and digital accessibility for all is yet to be achieved in the region. The percentage of accessible government buildings in the national capital was less than 10% in 3 out of the 6 countries with data. Among the 11 countries with data on national government websites, only 4 had accessibility features such as adjustable contrast schemes, keyboard accessibility, and graphic elements with alternative text. Next slide, please. In response to the ESCAP surveys, governments and civil society organizations listed their achievements and challenges in advancing disability-inclusive development during the decade. The most common government-reported achievements were the development of disability laws, policies, and strategies, enhancement of physical accessibility, increased access to health and rehabilitation services for persons with disabilities, and promotion of quality education. For civil society organizations, their top achievements included enhanced disability rights advocacy, contribution to the development of disability laws, policies, and strategies, and their work on digital accessibility, education, and employment. Regarding challenges, negative social norms and perceptions about disability, limited institutional capacity, and inaccessible environment were the critical issues most often noted by governments. Civil society organizations most often cited inadequate resources, limited technical and institutional capacity, impact of COVID-19, limited disability mainstreaming, and coordination within government and between government and organizations of persons with disabilities as top challenges they have encountered. Next slide, please. In the coming decade, governments identified work and employment, digital and physical accessibility, disability statistics, health and rehabilitation, and social protection as their top priorities. The top priorities listed by civil society organizations presented similarities with those identified by governments, as you can see on the screen. Digital accessibility, work and employment, disability rights advocacy, social protection, non-discrimination under the law, and access to justice were identified by CSO as top priorities. The review of the implementation of the decade and the in-Chang strategy reveals that although advances have been made in disability-inclusive development, persons with disabilities continue to face challenges in almost all sectors of society. We must further strengthen the meaningful participation of persons with disabilities in all areas of disability work and promote a gender-responsive life cycle approach towards disability inclusion. Next slide, please. This is the end of my presentation. We look forward to hearing more about your efforts to make the right real for persons with disabilities in the local, national, and regional levels. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Chai Chai, for giving us this very informative overview. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, before inviting delegation to deliver country statement, I invite you to observe a video message from the Special Envoy of the United Nations Secretary General on Disability and Accessibility, Ms. Maria Soledad Cisternas Reyes.
Good morning, friends of ESCAP. First of all, on behalf of the Secretary General of the United Nations and my own behalf as his Special Envoy on Disability and Accessibility, I would like to thank for the important invitation to participate in this event. I would like to begin by acknowledging and appreciating the tremendous effort of ESCAP for the celebration of this decade of persons with disabilities 2013 to 2022, as well as the government of Indonesia for organizing the high-level meeting that will serve as the final evaluation of this decade. It is important to emphasize that the 3 consecutive decades of persons with disabilities plus the ASEAN strategy have defined a conceptual and practical framework and context for addressing the challenges placed by the human rights of persons with disabilities and sustainable development. And this has been expressed in results such as that most of the countries in Asia Pacific have ratified the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and have also taken important steps in relation to universal accessibility and agreements, consultations and interactions with men and women with disabilities through their representative organizations to improve the visions of public policies. Undoubtedly, this context created by legal and development instruments places challenges in the present time, which has been complicated for all humanity. For example, facing pandemics, climate change, the progressive aging of the population, as well as the progress of technologies. All these then give us the prospect for governments and individuals to promote these changes. At the same time, if we look at the future, I would like to say that with the years of experience I have in the field of disability, I could recommend that as a backbone, awareness raising by banishing prejudice, stereotypes, and harmful practices, highlighting the merits, abilities, and skills of persons with disabilities. This will bring about the real cultural change that we desire. Secondly, inclusive quality education, which is the pillar and bridge of the exercise of human rights and fundamental freedoms. Thirdly, the development of a job in an open and accessible inclusive environment with a fair remuneration and freely chosen by the persons with disabilities. This creates dignified conditions for the person with a disability and his or her family. Also, political and public participation, encouraging such participation to reduce restrictions in society. This political and public participation is precisely what provides inputs for the participatory and inclusive response of persons with disabilities and their organizations through public policies. The data collection and statistics, which serve to illustrate and graph the current state of affairs and how we see our projection into the future. I would also like to add that Asia Pacific is a leader in the technological progress of information and communications, and therefore this vanguard must be present in different parts of the world with the leadership I have mentioned. Finally, as a special envoy on disability and accessibility, I have had a strong link with Asia Pacific through ESCAP, which I offer on a permanent and renewed basis for campaigns, review of documents, etc. Thank you very much, and a big hug to all of you.
I'm now pleased to open the floor for country statesmen. Since this is an intergovernmental meeting, standard procedure allows for intervention by government delegation from members and associate members followed by observer country, then, if time permits, intergovernmental organization followed by United Nations entities and civil society organization and other stakeholders. Delegation present in the plenary room physically wishing to take the floor may do so by raising their nameplates. Delegation who are joining us virtually by Zoom may ask for the floor using the raise hand function in Zoom. Please note that the Zoom catch box is to be used for technical questions only and not for comments. For those wishing to make comments, we request that you press the raise hand button in Zoom and make your comment directly to the floor. When called upon, the Secretariat will help compile the speakers list in order in which the requests have been made both physically and by Zoom. Please bear with us in case there are any delays or technical glitches. Please note that statements made by government delegation of members and associate members of the Commission should not exceed 5 minutes each if delivered by ministerial level representative. 4 minutes each if delivered by senior official. Statements made by observer, intergovernmental organization, United Nations entities, or civil society entities should not exceed 3 minutes each. Please. I wish to set aside my head as chair of the meeting and now have the honor to deliver country statement on behalf of the government of Indonesia. No, I said it. No, thank you. No. Yes. Excellencies, under Secretary General of United Nations and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Ibu Armida Salsia Alizabana, Minister for Women, Children and Poverty Alleviation of Fiji, Ms. Rosi Akbar, Minister of Gender, Family and Social Services of Maldives, Ms. Aisat Mohammadi Dedi, Minister of State for Gender, Family and Social Services of Maldives, Ms. Ibham Hussein, Secretary General of ASEAN Disability Forum and Chief of Advisory, Co-founder and the Indonesian Association of Women and Disabilities, Ms. Maulana Agustia Rotinsulu, Ms. Sarah Minkora, Special Advisor, International Disability Rights of USA. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I can congratulate all member states for their achievement in the implementation of the ASEAN and Pacific Decade of Persons with Disabilities and Intent strategy. Please allow me to highlight some progress made by Indonesia to make the right real. Indonesia is on the view that it is important to take legislative and policy steps to invest in a diverse, equitable and inclusive environment, protect the right of persons with disability from any form of discrimination, and ensure the inclusion in many aspects of society. Having said that, the passing of Law Number 8/2016 on persons with disabilities is paramount of Indonesia, for Indonesia, which mark a new head of the movement from reviewing persons with disabilities as object of charity, medical treatment and social protection towards viewing persons with disability as subject with right, who are capable of claiming those rights and making decisions for their lives based on their free and informed consent as well as being active members of society. This law has since become the regulatory framework and adopted into derivative regulation at the national and subnational level. The need to mainstream persons with disability into national development is also stipulated in Government Regulation Number 70 of 2019 on planning, implementation, and evaluation of the respect, protection, and fulfillment of the right of persons with disability at the national and subnational level within a time frame of 25 years, or known as the National Master Plan for Persons with Disabilities, followed by National Action Plan of Human Rights, which has specifically prioritized disability groups as the core targeting in the program to mainstream human rights in the national policies along the issue on women, children, and customary communities. Such as regulation derived from Law Number 8 year 2016 cover several areas such as one, planning, implementation, and evaluation on the fulfillment of the rights, social welfare, and the development. The third, decent accommodation for disabled students and those in legal affairs. Fourth, the accessibility to housing, public service, and protection from disaster. 5, accessibility to employment, and 6, rehabilitation. And 7, concession and incentive. Recently, Indonesia has also just passed Law Number 12 of 2022 on the crime of sexual violence as a legal protection of women and children from any forms of sexual violence of heavier punishment if the victim are persons with disability. At the subnational level, until December 2021, there are 84 local regulations related to the disability at provincial and regional or city level as measure to advance the role of local government in carrying out their obligation to fulfill the right of persons with disability. Excellence, colleagues, and distinguished participants, Indonesia believes that to achieve meaningful impact, it is urgent to address stigma as the root of the discrimination and exclusion experienced by people with disabilities. The establishment of working group on respect, protection, fulfillment, and enforcement and promotion of human rights for persons with psychological disability, the Ministry of Law and Human Rights Act, the real commitment taken by the government of Indonesia to reduce stigma and discrimination against persons with psychosocial disability, as well as raising awareness, empowerment, and encouraging all stakeholders' engagement. National Action Plan for Persons with Disability for period 2021-2024 is also launched, highlighting the importance of all ministries and stakeholders to work in concert in the entire development cycle, planning, implementation, and evaluation, and the use of disaggregated data for the betterment of policy programming and implementation. Excellencies, colleagues, and distinguished participants, to more empower and protect with disabilities as well to recreate inclusive society, Indonesia launched program of Indonesia Melihat, Indonesia Sees, Indonesia Mendengar, Indonesia Hears, and Indonesia Melangkah, Indonesia Walks. Under this program, accessibility and mobility tools were distributed, and cataract surgeries, physically therapies were undertaken accompanied with campaign on raising awareness in inclusion and capacity buildings. Indonesia is committed to also further advance its approach to the pattern of innovation and technology of assistive tools such as smart blind stick and incorporate gender equality, disability, and social inclusion. Value into its universal design, it responds to the high prevalence of seeking a person with disability. Several efforts had been made, including the enforcement of law prohibiting cycling and educating families and community. In terms of economic environment, Indonesia is adherent of its commitment to achieve persons with disabilities economic autonomy, including women with disabilities, done through skill enhancement, entrepreneurship training, as well as the provision of accessibility, mobility tools needed by persons with disability to perform their entrepreneurial activities. In addition, access to employment is also increased through inclusive public-private partnership. Evidence shows about trend resulted from this social inclusive entrepreneurship where persons with disability are productive and with economic autonomy. Excellency, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. As the world is recovering from the pandemic COVID-19, it is evident that this protected crisis has a severe impact of practically every sphere of human life. In many cases, the impact has been even more profound when viewed through the lens of persons with disabilities who already deal with increased health challenges, exacerbated threats to their security, and societal marginalization that negatively affect nearly every facet of their life. Necessary efforts have been undertaken to protect persons with disability from more severe impact caused by pandemic COVID-19, especially socio-economic impact through several protection programs such as Program Keluarga Harapan or PKH, conditional cash transfer, atensi cash response programs, food assistance, health insurance, house renovation for elderly with disabilities, and other inclusive social assistance given during the occurrence of crisis and disaster. The government of Indonesia is also committed to protecting vulnerable groups in risky and emergency situations, ensure that inclusive disaster risk management consists of prevention, preparedness, response, recovery is securely in place with the principle of nothing about us without us, completed with the set of regulation mandating inclusive DRM and the national and subnational level. Some best practices of disability inclusive DRM and Indonesia can be seen from inclusive disaster resilient villages, DRV, such as Kampung Siaga Bencana and Desa Tangguh Bencana, involve a person with disability as disaster volunteers like Divagana, Difabel Siaga Bencana, and the formulation of disaster management sign languages guidelines for the deaf population. Despite all the progress that had been made, Indonesia realized that there are still more to be done. Future endeavors will be focused on the enhancement of measure-based monitoring and evaluation of policies and programs. Roadmap to adaptive social protection, more accountable disaggregated data, meaningful participation of persons with disabilities, and DRM, and economic empowerment and global partnership among all humanitarian nexus. I thank you all. Yes. I now invite the first speakers on the list for this morning, the distinguished delegates of Maldives, to please take the floor. The next speakers, distinguished delegates of Fiji, please be ready to speak next.
Honorable Chairperson, Ministers, Excellencies, representatives from the UN, representatives from government and civil societies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. It gives me immense pleasure to convey warm greetings from the Republic of Maldives to the esteemed guests at this high-level intergovernmental meeting. The government of Maldives is pleased to present to this meeting the notable progress we have made in the promotion and protection of rights of persons with disabilities, which is a key priority of this government. Allow me to reiterate to you our continuous commitment to achieve inclusivity and rights and well-being of persons with disabilities. Honorable Chair, The Maldives signed the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities in 2007. We ratified the convention 3 years later in 2010. In the same year, the Parliament of Maldives enacted the Disability Act, and the National Disability Council was formed to implement this act. In the last 10 years, quite a number of achievements have taken place. I would focus more on these last 4 years. A key priority of the President Solih, the present President's Strategic Action Plan for the period 2019 to 2023. It has under its dignified families and care in state strategies a number of targets related to disability sector. As such, the government has set policies to promote inclusive, accessible and sustainable society for all persons with disabilities. The work to achieve our SAP is aligned closely to contribute towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Work in employment, social protection, quality education, disability statistics and disability rights advocacy. These are the top priorities of the current government, with the objective to ensure that no one with disability is left behind. Honorable Chair, historically, persons with disabilities have been excluded from the labour market of Maldives. Strategic advocacy for change in the mindsets of employers, parents, and the community has resulted in a shift. At the request of the Ministry, the state-owned companies accepted to offer employment opportunities for persons with disabilities. Although such opportunities were offered since 2014, the initial program faced many challenges, mainly due to the mismatch between skills and job opportunities. In the last 3 years, work was done very closely with the Ministry of Higher Education and the state-owned companies to create job profiles and to develop skill sets. As a result, job satisfaction has increased with higher retention numbers. It is worth noting that PWD employees within the state-owned companies were also retained during the COVID-19 economic crisis. We have also developed a policy for employment of persons with disabilities within the civil service. Implementation of this policy would pave the way for equal and inclusive opportunities for career pathways. With the formation of the Maldives National Social Protection Agency, programs were developed. One such social protection program targeted to support the persons with disabilities aims to provide a personal monthly financial assistance. At present, more than 10,000 individuals have applied and received this monthly allowance. In addition, financial assistance to medical, therapeutic services, assistive devices, long-term medication, and costs for psychological profiling are available on request to the Social Protection Agency. One of the many challenges for all PWDs in the Maldives is accessibility to service. Honorable Chair, inclusivity is one of the principles of the Maldives National Curriculum, emphasizing on provision of equal and quality education for all the learners, regardless of their differences and needs. The Education Act 2020 ensures the rights of all citizens to education, to provide equal and equitable opportunities for all categories of students with special needs education in all schools, including preschool, primary, and secondary and higher education. Under Article 8D of the Education Act, an inclusive education policy 2021 came into being. Honorable Chair, the importance of availability of disability disaggregated data was realized during the global pandemic. We were able to check on the well-being and the needs of all registered PWDs and ensure access to services. For the first time in the history of the Maldives, disability data were gathered in the recent nationwide census conducted this year. Honorable Chair, many challenges still remain in bringing the full realization of rights of persons with disabilities. Every effort will be made by the Government of Maldives to further strengthen existing programs, to develop policies to address the gaps in ensuring the rights and well-being. In conclusion, let me thank the Government of Indonesia, ESCAP, for inviting us to this meeting and the warm hospitality. We hope to engage in a productive discussion in this high-level meeting and exchange experiences from member states to further strengthen our efforts. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
I thank you, distinguished delegates from Maldives. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished delegate of Fiji, and after that, Timor-Leste, USA, Bhutan, Japan, and Malaysia.
Chair, Excellencies, and distinguished delegates. Assalamu alaikum, Nisambula Vinaka, and a good morning. It is a privilege for Fiji to be represented at this high-level forum to highlight Fiji's commitment on the review of progress and challenges in the implementation of the Asian and Pacific Decade of Persons with Disabilities 2013-2022, and the ancient strategy to make the right real for the persons with disabilities in Asia and the Pacific. As for Fiji's statement during the midterm review in 2017 in Beijing, China, we have highlighted the noteworthy changes in recent government-led programs, taking into account local capabilities and realities through strong collaborations with civil society organizations that have brought about positive changes to the lives of our Fijians with disabilities. Chair, the Constitution of the Republic of Fiji has a robust Bill of Rights chapter, which also recognizes the rights of persons with disabilities. Section 42 of the Constitution specifically recognizes rights in relation to the reasonable access of services, accommodation, and accessibility towards enabling full and effective participation of persons with disability. As a result, for the first time in Fijian history, the Constitution was also translated to Braille. In 2017, the Fijian government ratified the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Since the ratification of the UNCRPD, the Fijian government remains committed to the rights of persons with disabilities through robust legislative reforms to ensure that persons with disabilities enjoy all fundamental human rights. This international commitment has been supported by coherent and complementing national laws through the review of the Fiji National Council for Disabled Persons Act 1994 from an administrative act to the establishment of its council. The Rights of Persons with Disabilities Bill was also endorsed by the Fijian Parliament on 12 March 2018 and enacted on 21 March 2018 as the Rights of Persons with Disability Act 2018 that replaced the repealed Fiji National Council for Disabled Persons Act of 1994. The realization of aims of national policies and laws on the rights of persons with disabilities must be complemented by adequate resources. As such, the Fijian government has done this by making specific budget allocations to the relevant government ministries, authorities, and NGOs to make the right real for our persons living with disabilities. These include grants to special schools, mental health awareness, Fiji Albinism Awareness Program, Community Rehab Assistance Program, Housing Assistance for Persons with Disabilities, Allowances for Persons with Disabilities, Grants to Organizations for Persons with Disabilities, Economic Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities, Implementation of Rights of Persons with Disabilities, Capital Grants to Organizations for Persons with Disabilities, Grant for the National Council for Persons with Disabilities, Bus Fare Programs for Persons with Disabilities, Establishment of the Western Disability Center, Sports Grant for Persons with Disabilities, Grant to Hilton Special School for Early Intervention, Scholarship Schemes for Special Needy Students, and establishment of the relevant organizations for persons with disabilities and service providers, National Service Directory. These budget lines are multi-sectorial and multi-ministerial. This multi-sectorial approach supports the mainstreaming of disability rights into national development plans and national policies. Like any other country represented here, Chair, it is very important that climate change mitigation and adaptation takes into account the vulnerability of persons living with disabilities. The disabilities sector has been given the government support to establish and activate the Emergency Operations Center, EOC, to support persons with disabilities during disasters in preparation and responding. Rebuilding our infrastructure after the devastating impact of cyclones has given us an opportunity to make our rebuilding efforts more inclusive and more resilient and to leave no one behind, which really is the cornerstone of our national development plan. We therefore welcome the timeliness of this forum and the proposed outcome document, which will set recommendations and the way forward in assisting us as a nation to further our national quest to realize the objectives of the UNCRPD and the Ancient Strategy. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Timor-Leste, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ministers, Vice Ministers, Secretary of State, CSO representative, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning all. It is an honor for Timor-Leste to participate in this high-level meeting. Timor-Leste has a strong commitment to the establishment of disability-inclusive society after the country restored its independence in May 2002. The Article 21 of the Constitution of the Republic recognizes the rights of persons with disabilities and mandates the government to promote and protect these rights. Though it was a long overdue, the government, through its resolution number 15, established a working group tasked with drafting a national policy for persons with disabilities. In 2012, the National Policy on Inclusion, Promotion and Protections of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities was presented by the Ministry of Social Solidarity to the Council of Ministers. The policies was approved by the Government Resolution number 14, 2012, to be used in line with the Ancient Strategy as a guidance, guiding the promotion and protection of the rights of persons with disabilities. The Ministry of Social Solidarity organized its stakeholders, particularly the disability persons organizations, to develop the first Disability National Action Plan for 2014-2018 to mainstream the issue of disability across various line ministries and agencies of the government. The current government continued the progress by revising the National Action Plan in 2019. In 2021, the second Disability National Action Plan for 2021-2030 was presented and approved by the Council of Ministers through its Resolution number 7, 2021. The document is considered an important milestone to guide the government's 11 ministries and its agencies, as well as the national and international actors, including development partners, in designing actions and programs to be more sensitive to disability issues in terms of budgeting and advocating for disability-inclusive Timor-Leste. On July 4, 2022, the National Parliament of Timor-Leste ratified the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, CRPD, and its optional protocol to manifest Timor-Leste's constitutional obligations in promoting and protecting the rights of persons with disabilities to further ensure that no one is left behind. Nonetheless, Timor-Leste needs to improve its education and training to boost the productivity of persons with disabilities, their accessibilities and employment, disability data, as well as the sustainability of our social protection. Timor-Leste is committed to establishing both bilateral and regional cooperation geared toward building a disability-inclusive Timor-Leste. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Please, from USA.
Good morning, everyone, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sara Minkara. I'm the U.S. Special Advisor on International Disability Rights. The phrase that we keep on hearing through the SDG, the 2030 strategy, the Ancient Strategy, and so much more is the phrase, leaving no one behind, right? Leaving no one behind. But my question is that I want us to ask ourselves is, why do we keep on leaving people with disabilities behind? A very simple question, why is this the reality? As was mentioned earlier, we're still having challenges and gaps when it comes to education, employment, climate change, and so much more when it comes to disability inclusion. Policies, strategies, and implementation is really important. But there's another element to all of this. Society still sees persons with disability through a lens of, we need to be fixed. We're less than, we're a burden, there's something wrong with us. At best, we might be seen from a lens that this is the right thing to do. We need to include persons with disabilities. But let's take it a step further. And let's really bring forward this value-based narrative saying that people with disabilities, the disability community brings value to our society, brings value to our economy, brings value to our GDP, brings value to innovation, brings value across the board. And until we shift that narrative, we're still going to see the marginalization of persons with disabilities. The US government, President Biden, Secretary Blinken is committed towards human rights and the inclusion of persons with disabilities. Something we always say is that the human rights is not just the right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do. This is why DEIA, diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, is integrated into all aspects of our efforts. And this is why I'm honored to have been appointed by President Biden to be serving in this role as Special Advisor on International Disability Rights. How do we bring forward the advancement of the rights of persons with disability, and how do we bring forward the value-based narrative? We focus on fostering accountability and building capacity, something that we've been doing and keep on doing in the ESCAP region. One is that we've been supporting and continue to support the ASEAN Enabling Strategy and implementation of it. Number two is we've been partnering up with ESCAP across different ways, including this past June, the US Access Board presented on accessibility. And third is USAID continues to provide disability inclusive development on education, health, climate change, employment, and so much more, but through a localized approach and partnering with localized organizations and entities to make sure the voices of disability is heard. But in order for the disability community voices is heard, we promote disability inclusive democracy. That's our second priority. The Summit for Democracy is something that President Biden has brought forward and something that we are continuing working on when it comes to disability inclusive democracy. We've been traveling in the region. Some of you have met with us in the past, and we work on inclusive political participation and making sure that persons with disabilities are heard through elections, through running for political office, and across the board. The voices of persons with disabilities need to be heard at the table. But do you know when those voices are not heard? During moments of crisis. And this is why we focus on advancing human rights of persons with disabilities during moments of crisis. Whether during COVID that we all experienced, whether during conflict, or whether during climate disaster. We work on making sure that persons with disability are not left behind, are seen and heard and valued, are addressed, their needs are addressed, but also are seen from a solution lens when it comes to crisis response. But to my last priority, most important priority, you can have all the policies and legislations and strategies in the world, but who implements them? It's the people, it's the communities, and it's the societies. And this is why we focus on disrupting the narrative surrounding disability to move towards a value-based narrative. This is where we really promote the fact that when we include people with disabilities into our economy, for instance, it's not just the right thing to do. It brings benefit to everyone. We attended the G7 Inclusion Summit this past September, and we congratulate Germany for its presidency and for launching the first G7 Inclusion Summit. And we encourage that this tradition continue, hoping that Japan will lead that next year. Whether it's APEC, ASEAN, and other communities and other forums, we encourage that disability is brought forward more intentionally and is heard and is valued. I want to end with something that we always say. We always say this phrase in the disability world, and I'm a blind person, I'm a person with a disability. Something we always say is nothing about us without us, right? But I take it a step further and I say, nothing without us. Nothing without us, nothing without us. The inclusion of persons with disability brings value to everyone. Thank you so much, everyone.
Please, Bhutan, from Bhutan, please.
Honorable Chairman, distinguished delegates from various government, international organizations, and civil society organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Royal Government of Bhutan, I would like to extend our warm appreciation and gratitude to the people and the government of Indonesia, the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific, for all the support and arrangements in organizing this meeting on the final review of Asian and Pacific Decade of Persons with Disability 2013 to 2022. We are gathered here a decade later after we committed to make 2013 and to 2022 a decade for persons with disability by improving the quality of their life and fulfillment of the right of more than 700 persons with, living with disability in the region. While we gauge our progress towards achieving the goals enshrined in the Ancient Strategy, we also reflect upon the challenges we overcame or are yet to overcome. It may be the case with other member states. In Bhutan, Bhutan has made an achievement, and much remains to be done with respect to the targets set in the Ancient Strategy to make the right real. The Royal Government of Bhutan has undertaken various initiatives towards the promotion and fulfillment of rights of people with disability, and some of the notable achievements are the Royal Government of Bhutan has formed a high-level interagency task force led by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who is currently assessing Bhutan's preparedness to ratify the convention, the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability. It was signed in the year 2010. Then, the Royal Government has also approved the National Policy for Persons with Disability 2019 with the prayers that it benefits all the Bhutanese in all corners of the country. The policy directly contributes to the 10 goals laid out in the Ancient Strategy and has provision for inclusion of persons with disability in the formulation of plans and policy, including those related to disaster management and response. It has also provisions for effective participation of people with disabilities in election. The needs of people with disability has been incorporated into the plans by including disability-related indicators for relevant national key result areas of the 12th five-year plan, which covers the period from 2018 to 2023. The National Key Result Area 14 of the 12th five-year plan, Healthy and Caring Society, aims to create a healthier nation by taking free, equitable, and quality healthcare to every Bhutanese, including persons with disabilities. The Royal Government of Bhutan continues to pursue inclusive education. Currently, there are 26 schools with inclusive and special education needs services, with a plan to increase to 28 in the next 2 years. Free healthcare is still provided to all the citizens, including disability-specific services. The TVET reform plan, which was approved in 2021, also aims to make the TVET sector more attractive and inclusive. Furthermore, remodeling of the existing structures are also underway to make the infrastructures accessible and friendly to the needs of people with disability. We also have 5 NGOs that are catering to the needs of people with disabilities. Despite some of the key achievements highlighted, the Royal Government continues to face challenges in ensuring the fulfillment of rights of people with disabilities. The major challenges are with respect to availability of disability-related data, absence of disability certification, difficult physical environment, which is driven by rugged topography, and inadequate human resources. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I would like to encourage all member states to build on your achievements and work to overcome our challenges to ensure the rights of people with disabilities are made real. Thank you.
Japan on Zoom, please.
I hope my voice is clear.
Please
Unmute yourself, sir.
Please unmute your phone, your mic.
I did. Can you hear me?
Me.
We can't hear you. There's a technical issue. Could we
I got it.
unmute?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Not yet.
Oh,
Please try again.
can you hear me? No.
There is a slight technical glitch, Mr. Excellency. Just wait for 30 seconds for us to fix it, because I think you're audible on Zoom, but we cannot hear you in the room. So give us just 15 seconds to fix this. And if we can't, then we will just come back to you.
Okay.
Can we go?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Delegates from Japan, we are going to the next speaker. After that, you come back again. Okay. Give me 5 minutes to fix the technical problems. From next speaker from Malaysia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates. A decade has passed since the adoption of
Kindly
the
switch
ancient
on your mic.
strategy, which together with the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, PWD, serve as important guides for disability inclusive development. Malaysia has constantly strived to ensure that our legislations and policies for PWDs are aligned with these international commitments. Starting with education, Malaysia has taken the initiative to ensure quality education is accessible to students with special education needs. The introduction of the zero reject policy in education calls for disability-friendly school infrastructure and more trained special education teachers placed in mainstream schools. Besides education, accessibility is provided for in health, public transportation and public facilities, which is reflected in provision under the Person with Disability Act 2008, as well as strategies under the Persons with Disability Policy and its plan of action. Furthermore, access audits on public amenities for PWDs in Malaysia have been carried out to come up with recommendations that ensure existing public amenities are barrier-free. In work and employment, the government has paved the way for more PWDs to be employed in the public sector. This can be seen through the appointment of a PWD representative in the Public Service Commission and one-person employment of PWDs being made a key performance indicator for all ministries. In the private sector, job matching programs and job coach programs further promote the participation of PWDs in the workforce. PWDs are also given the privilege to register their business for free with the Commission of Companies and have access to financing of up to approximately 10,800 USD with interest rate as low as 3%. Through these initiatives, we move closer towards the goal of eradicating poverty among PWDs. In promoting PWD's participation in the political process and decision-making, the government has long appointed PWD representative in the Senate, whereby the past two senators elected have been women PWDs. PWD representative also sits on the National Council for Persons with Disabilities together with the relevant ministries' representatives. Other areas whereby PWDs in Malaysia have been creating waves are in the academia, arts, sports, community service, and many more. The success stories of these PWDs have been documented in a book called Nothing is Impossible, which is hoped to be a source of motivation to others. Malaysia also made progress in improving registration systems for PWDs to enable the planning of better services and outreach for them. Community-based rehabilitation centers have also long been established, providing daily life and skills trainings for PWDs. The government sees the need to place more focus on strengthening intergovernmental collaboration in carrying out disability-inclusive initiatives. Focus also needs to be given to data collection on disabilities, effective implementation by service providers, and enforcement by authority bodies, as well as advocacy on the rights of PWDs among policymakers, service providers, and the general public. Following the COVID-19 outbreak, the government has developed guidelines on the prevention and control of COVID infection for programs and services related to PWDs. Although the pandemic had intensified inequalities experienced by PWDs, the pandemic had also forced the government to build back better, especially by improving access to information, communication, and essential healthcare services. Specifically to minimize financial vulnerability of PWDs, the government has increased the monthly cash transfer and allowances for eligible PWDs by 20 to 43%. In the coming decade, Malaysia will continue to intensify efforts towards building a disability-inclusive society and to remove all barriers that hinder the active participation of PWDs. This can only be achieved through a whole of government and a whole of society approach to ensure the needs of PWDs are met and their rights are upheld. Thank you.
Now we are going to Japan, please. On Zoom. Yes, yes, clear. Please continue.
Finally, thank you. Thank you very much for giving me a floor. Good morning, distinguished delegates and ladies and gentlemen in Jakarta and online. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Japan has been working with ESCAP to address issues related to persons with disabilities for more than 20 years during the first and second Asia-Pacific decade of persons with disabilities. Since the adoption of the SDGs, Japan as a whole has been actively promoting the SDGs and currently is working on various measures to realize a society in which no one is left behind, including those with disabilities. Japan sees this meeting as an important milestone to review the third Asia-Pacific decade of persons with disabilities, which was adopted in 2012. We would like to echo our gratitude to ESCAP and host country, the government of Indonesia. Madam Chair, Japan has made significant progress over the past 10 years in erasing the discrimination against persons with disabilities, increasing the employment of the person with disabilities, and enhancing the quality of the employment. Internationally, for the implementation of the Incheon strategy, we are extending grant assistance program, which considers for the use of people with disabilities. Every year, we implement such cooperation programs, including the improvement of elementary school facilities, the construction of schools, and the provision of transport minibuses for children in special needs. In the area of technical cooperation, Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, is providing a wide range of cooperation, including the acceptance of trainees and dispatch of experts, and JICA Overseas Cooperation Volunteers, JOCV. in order to support the social inclusion of persons with disabilities and realization of their rights in developing countries, particularly. For UNESCAP, we have developed e-learning tools for tsunami disaster risk reduction that are inclusive of people with disabilities. By utilizing this, currently we are supporting the formulation and implementation policies related to inclusive disaster risk reduction for people with disabilities, with taking gender equality into consideration. Madam Chair, to achieve sustainable development, each individual has to maximize its potential in the society where the personality and the characteristics among the people with and without disabilities are equally respected. We will continue to share the knowledge and good practices through this meeting and other opportunities organized by UNESCO and other fora. Japan, in close cooperation with UNESCAP, remains committed to contributing properly and responsibly to programs for people with disabilities in the Asia-Pacific region. Thank you for your attention. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you. Distinguished delegates, we have used up time allotted for the morning session. I would like to thank the distinguished delegates for their informative statement. Please note that agenda item 2 will continue in the afternoon. Before we adjourn for a break and reconvene at 2 hour, to continue our deliberation under agenda item 2, I would like to invite the Secretary to provide some housekeeping announcement. Please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to inform all delegates that the government of Indonesia, our hosts, have kindly arranged for lunch, which is on the 3rd floor. We have 2 side events which are going to be held in hybrid fashion, one in Ballroom 3 right adjacent and one on the 2nd floor. So there are 2 hybrid events that are invited to attend from 12:30 onwards up to 1:40. Lunch is on the 3rd floor, so it gives you adequate time to have lunch and then proceed to the side events. And as the chair has very kindly indicated, we'll be back at 2 p.m. to resume with the country statements. Over to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretary. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. No. No, thanks.
But we also, you see, last minute we adjusted with the board meeting that it was
No. It's my pleasure.
You know, more important, they all remember hospitality.
Oh,
all
yes.
remember this, please, thank you. Because all the words can be said, but it is a want.
Yeah.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I trust you all enjoyed the side events and have been refreshed over the lunch break. The meeting is now called to order. We will now continue with agenda item 2. Delegations present in the plenary room wishing to take the floor may do so by raising their nameplates. Delegations who are joining us virtually via Zoom may ask for the floor using the raise hand function in the Zoom. Conference room officers will take note of these requests and include them in the list of speakers. Please note that the Zoom chat box is to be used for connection-related technical questions only and not for substantive comments or discussions. I now open the floor for country statements, and I'd like to invite the first speaker on the list for this afternoon, the distinguished delegate of Marshall Islands, followed by the distinguished delegate from Lao PDR. Marshall Islands will be joining us via Zoom. Thank you.
Hello and Yahweh. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You may start, please.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Yahweh and greetings from the Marshall Islands. On behalf of the government of the Republic of the Marshall Islands, His Excellency President David Kabua, and the people, but most especially the people with disabilities in RMI. As the Acting Secretary for the Ministry of Culture and Internal Affairs, I am honored to join this high-level intergovernmental meeting on behalf of the Honorable Minister Ota Kisano of the Ministry of Culture and Internal Affairs. Joining me virtually today is the Disability Working Team, consisting of various partners from the relevant government sectors, local government, the civil society, and disability NGOs. Since 2013, the government of the Republic of the Marshall Islands continues to work toward the international fundamental principles on the Convention for the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, CRPD, the SDGs, the Declaration toward Beijing 25, the Incheon Strategy to make the rights real for persons with disabilities in the Asia-Pacific region, and the Pacific Regional Strategy on Disability. Despite the many barriers along the way, but by collaborating with relevant stakeholders, international and regional, the RMI was able to have these concrete evidence, tools, and positive outcomes. And these include the ratification of the Convention for the Rights of Persons with Disability, CRPD, the establishment of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act of 2015, the centralization of the disability database system, registered legality of disability organizations, the mobilization of persons with disabilities. Persons with disabilities have taken the ownership of their own organizations. Strong partnership between national government, the local government, and persons with disabilities organizations. Development of consequential amendment for RPD, and finalization of the National Building Code. Unfortunately, we also face challenges that decelerated the inclusion and mainstreaming of the rights of persons with disabilities based on the following: lack of funding, negative impact of the climate change, the COVID-19 pandemic, shortages of human resources, limitation of services and programs in the remote islands and atolls, increasing human migration, and lack of enforcement. The RMI government will continue to address these challenges and has set mandates in place to enhance the quality of life and to increase active participation of persons with disabilities within our communities. This also includes advocating for the rights of persons with disabilities in regional and international forums in order to improve the accessibility and accommodation of their participation in society, and to strengthen the international partnership and law enforcement against discrimination for persons with disabilities. Madam Executive Secretary, friends and colleagues, I wish to thank ESCAP for providing much needed support throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. The government and the people of the Republic of the Marshall Islands greatly appreciate your efforts and support in helping all persons with disabilities in Asia and the Pacific region. I extend this appreciation to the Pacific Disabilities Fund, the SPC Human Rights and Social Development Division, the US government, the Republic of China, Taiwan, Hawaii Pacific Island Partnership PTI Center, and all partners who extended their very generous support to Marshall Islands Disabled Persons Organization, BIDPO, the Marshall Islands Special Parents Association, MISPA, and the Deaf Florists Association. Madam Chair and distinguished guests, Homol Dada, and thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Marshall Islands, for your statement. We now move on to Lao PDR. Can I invite the representative from Lao to take the floor?
Your Excellency, Madam Mr. Chair, Excellency, fellow Minister responsible for persons with disabilities, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Lao delegation, I am delighted to attend and deliver a speech in the high-level intergovernmental meeting on the final review of the Asian and Pacific Decade of the Person with Disabilities, 2013 and 2022. The government of the Lao PDR recognized the importance of the Ministerial Declaration on the Asian and Pacific Decade of the Person with Disability 2013-2022, and enjoined strategy to make the right real for the person with disability in Asia and Pacific, which is the guidance for the Lao PDR to translate into the national policy and legislative frameworks. For instance, the adopted law on the disabled person in 2018 and amended related legislations. Developed a national exclusive education strategy 2016 and 2020 and 2021 and 2025. The National Disabilities Inclusive Health and Rehabilitation Strategy 2017 and 2020, National Strategy on the Labor and Social Welfare 2016-2020, and National Social Protection Strategy. In addition, Lao PDR adopts a policy and strategy on persons with disabilities and its plan of actions. Based on those strategy and policy, the government has cooperating with the international organization, regional bodies, and bilateral cooperation in order to promote engagement of the person with disabilities in political, economic, cultural, and social by creating favorable conditions for the person with disabilities to access health assurance scheme, social security scheme, and social protection flow equal with others, and promote the person with disabilities accessing in the rehabilitation, inclusive education, vocational training, and employment according to the country's circumstance. In addition, the government has improved and developed the facilities for the person with disabilities to access the building, structure, public facilities, transportation means, and other public services, and promote the engagement of the organization of the person with disabilities to fully be achieved with the government in creating legislation, strategy, and action plan in order to protect the legitimate rights and interests of the person with disability by their own active participants. However, the Lao PDR has still faced several challenges, particularly current legislation are not comprehensive and the implementation are not sufficiently effective. Public awareness, recognition, and understanding of the promotion and protection of the legitimate rights and interests of the disabled people has not reached everyone, including limitation on the mainstreaming disabilities in sectoral plans, engagement of the communities, persons with disabilities and their families for the development of the assistance to persons with a disability is still limited. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Lao PDR will continue to enhance and develop of the disabilities affairs by the improving coordination mechanism, improving comprehensively relative legislation on persons with disabilities, as well as to disseminate information for enhancing understanding and acknowledgement in related legislation on persons with disabilities to reach a majority people in the society, mainstreaming disability affairs into the policy and strategy of the concerned live government sector, as well coordinating, encouraging, monitoring, and evaluation on the implementing of those existing policy and strategy, strengthening cooperation with the regional bodies, international organizations to further develop efforts for the better equality of the life of the person with disabilities. Lastly, I would like to reaffirm our commitment that the Lao PDR will be working closely with the internal and external partners in order to develop better quality of the life of the persons with disabilities. I would like to express my special thanks to the international organization, friendship countries on the support disability affairs in Lao PDR, particularly the ESCAP and the government of Indonesia for giving us an opportunity to undergo this review. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We now open the floor up for the delegates from Thailand who will be joining us virtually via Zoom. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Royal Thai government, it is my honor to deliver a statement at this high-level intergovernmental meeting on the final review of the ASEAN and Pacific Decade of Persons with Disability 2013 to 2022. Since the last decade, Thailand has emphasized the importance of empowerment of persons with disability by improving access to services and eliminating discrimination against them in all spheres of life. We have also amended laws, national strategy, and plans to guarantee equal rights to ensure that no one is left behind. Besides, since the COVID pandemic, many countries have learned greater efforts can be prepared altogether for fortune, emergency, and crisis, and the rights of persons with disability in Thailand need to reflect into national development agenda. Hence, Thailand wishes to share some of our measures contributing to building such disability embrace and prepared society. Firstly, the government has promoted the independent living of persons with disability through training programs and supported measures aiming to increase their digital literacy, access to information and necessary services. The initiated identification card online application has greatly benefited, especially for whom fail to identify themselves or bedridden patients, along with the requisite welfare connected with more than 200 public hospitals and other establishments across Thailand. Secondly, a subcommittee was established to develop and incorporate local context into policy and recommendation for each province in Thailand. To date, government agencies, state-owned enterprise, and private sector have successfully developed almost 30,000 fully equipped disabled accessible area, and the government has double allowance for improving their living conditions. Thirdly, the Empowerment for Persons with Disability Fund has provided financial support in over 35,000 proposals since 2021 to promote their economic empowerment and employment in public and private sector. Lastly, we support the active media to deliver a positive attitude toward persons with disability, as well as promote their expansion of capability throughout local and international platforms. I would like to thank you for your attention. This will also reinforce and share objectives under the high-level intergovernmental meeting on final review of the ASEAN and Pacific Decades of Persons with Disability 2013 to 2022. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Director from Thailand. We now open up the floor for the representative from Pakistan, who will be joining us via Zoom. And after that, sorry, my apologies, the delegate from Pakistan is here with us in the room. So may I now invite the Director, Minister of Human Rights, Islamabad, to take the floor.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, representative of civil society organization, DPOs, NGOs, representatives of ESCAP secretariats, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and very good afternoon. At the outset, let me congratulate the newly elected officers for holding the new assignments as well as the organizers for arranging this high-level meeting, which provides opportunity to the member state to review progress and challenges in connection with the implementation of goals and targets envisioned under Incheon strategy. Distinguished delegates, the Constitution of Islamic Republic of Pakistan 1973 guarantees the fundamental rights to all citizens, including persons with disability, without discrimination, regardless of sex, caste, creed, race, or any other basis. Particularly, the Article 25 talks about equality for all citizens without discrimination. Being a party to 7 core human rights conventions, including UN CRPD, the Government of Pakistan is committed to ensure protection and promotion of rights of persons with disability in line with constitutional guarantees and international commitments. The government is accordingly adopting all legislative policy and institutional measures for protection of rights of persons with disability and their mainstreaming in the development process. The government has reaffirmed its pledge to leave no one behind, made under the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals and SDGs. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan's economy, like other countries in the region, has experienced unprecedented challenges during the past 2 years on account of COVID-19 pandemic, further exacerbated by recent devastating floods observed during the monsoon season as a result of climate change. It is pertinent to mention that Pakistan is responsible for less than 1% of the world's planet warming gases. However, it is in the 8th most vulnerable nation to the climate crisis according to the Global Climate Risk Index. Ladies and gentlemen, Government of Pakistan had taken significant legislative and policy measures during the decade under review for protection of PWDs in view of Incheon strategy. The government ratified UNCRPD in 2011 and submitted its initial report to the concerned treaty body, which is to be reviewed yet by the committee. Pakistan was one of the countries which submitted response to midpoint survey conducted to review progress and implementation of Incheon strategy, followed by response to final survey conducted in 2022. After midpoint review, an action plan for implementation of Incheon strategy was prepared with the technical support of ESCAP and shared with the relevant stakeholders for taking requisite measures in line with milestone given in the plan. Besides, National Action Plan on Human Rights, launched in 2016, revised in 2020, proposed various interventions for protection of rights of persons with disability. A national committee under the chair of the Minister for Human Rights, having representation of relevant departments of the federal and provincial governments, UN agencies, CSOs, DPOs, was constituted in 2016 and at the national level for implementation of UNCRPD, Incheon strategy and other international commitments pertaining to disability. Since the government accorded high priority to the rights of PWD, therefore a special committee has been constituted in the National Assembly on persons with disability under the chair of Speaker National Assembly, comprising members of the National Assembly across the parties. The most significant achievement during the period is the enactment of the ICT Rights of Person with Disability Act 2020 at the federal level, which is a right-based legislation for PWD in line with UNCRPD. The Act provides legal and institutional framework for inclusive society where PWD have full participation in all forms of social life, particularly in health, education, and employment. The major aim of this law is to ensure rehabilitation of PWDs through protection and promotion of their rights. In this regard, Council for Rehabilitation of Disabled Persons has been constituted to ensure implementation of the law. Similar legislative measures have also been taken at the provincial level. Moreover, in view of non-availability of reliable and authentic statistical data for PWDs, efforts were made for collect data through different survey conducted by Pakistan Bureau of Statistics and Ministry of National Health Services Regulation and Coordination, in line with Washington Group of Questions. In this regard, Pakistan Labour Force Survey, Pakistan Social Living Standard Measurement Survey, Multiple Indicator Survey, and Pakistan Health and Demographic Survey are significant documents which provides data by using Washington Group of Questions. Particularly, whereas efforts are underway to collect statistical data of PWDs by using Washington Group of Questions in the upcoming population and housing census as well. Since sensitization and awareness raising of the stakeholder is very crucial for implementation of any legislation, therefore sessions are organized at the federal and provincial level on a regular basis to inform the representative of different departments about the UNCRPD Incheon strategy and other international commitments pertaining to disability in collaboration with civil society organizations, NGOs, and UN agencies. Under Benazir Income Support Program and Baitul Mal, different initiatives have been taken to extend income and health support to PWDs. Political participation of PWDs has also been ensured under Election Act 2017, which proposes various measures for reintegration of PWD, registration of PWD as voters, and ensure special measures for PWD to cast their vote during the election. National Education Policy 2017 provides various measures for special and inclusive education, as well as National Policy Guidelines 2014 about vulnerable groups in disaster highlights the major issues and challenges of PWD in the whole process of disaster and management cycle. For example, adequate capacity of rescue team to handle persons with disability during immediate action in case of disaster. To ensure accessibility of PWD in building and transports, efforts are underway to implement the building codes prepared at the federal level.
Can you please wrap up your statement?
Besides, in this regard, technologies, different programs have also been made accessible for persons with disabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, the government played a critical role in mainstreaming PWDs are included in the government response to COVID-19 and created awareness regarding the necessary measures required against COVID-19 through different measures. And we know during the pandemic, problems of persons with disability further aggravated due to sensitivity involved. Therefore, the government also proposed various interventions for their mainstreaming and awareness raising. In the past, the scope of disability, as we know, has been limited to the physically impaired, whereas it is ignored the individual with psychosocial disabilities such as autism. Person with disability is therefore often continuously ignored. from the policies and statutory. As early intervention mechanism is weak, moreover, the general perception about disability followed welfare charity model in the past instead of right-based approach. As a result, PWD are generally reviewed in view of medical health or charity instead of empowerment. Availability of relevant data to mainstream person with disability, as we earlier mentioned, is very much crucial, so efforts are underway to handle this issue. In the coming decade, affirmative actions will be taken to address the challenges faced during the previous decade, particularly availability of data, capacity building, increased resource allocation, inclusiveness in health, education, and employment sector, as well as focusing on emerging needs of PWD in view of coronavirus, climate change, digital transformation, in addition to 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. At the end, I would like to emphasize that a lot still needs to be done, and the foremost is to bring a positive change in the mindset and attitude of general public towards PWD. Acknowledging the challenges ahead, I am confident that Government of Pakistan would be able to do much more in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director. Ladies and Excellencies, distinguished guests and delegates, just a kind reminder, we have a time limitation of 5 minutes. Please try to ensure that you remain within your time. There are many other speakers left for this session, and we'd like to complete the session on time. Thank you. I now give the floor to Samoa, representative from the Ministry of Women, Community and Social Development. Samoa, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I speak on behalf of the government of Samoa to thank ESCAP for hosting this very important meeting, which allows Samoa as a Pacific Island country to share its progress and to reflect on some of the lessons learned, which will be considered to adjust its sails to Samoa as a nation and as a collective can accelerate its obligations under the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and other global, regional, and national mandates that are guiding the work on disability. While the platforms are important, we share the view that contextualization and translation to national and local actions is crucial. Samoa's commitment to the inclusion of persons with disabilities is a long-standing priority, such has been manifested in Samoa's vision in the previous strategy for the development of Samoa and now core to the vision of the current pathway for the development of Samoa 2021-2026. To this end, Madam Chair, investing in our people, infrastructure, and social services have been the cornerstone of our development journey. I take this opportunity to shed light on Samoa's journey in implementing its obligations under CRPD and completing international and regional disability inclusive platforms. The government of Samoa completed its CRPD legislative compliance review and a costed planning to 2015 to domesticate the required legislative guarantees on the rights of persons with disabilities in line with the convention and to coordinate its available resources. As a result, Samoa ratified the CRPD in 2016 and produced its first national report in May 2022. Samoa integrated the initial Washington Group questions in its national statistics framework following its successful disability inclusive national census in 2016. Samoa continues to implement and review its national policies and plans to ensure progress towards disabilities, inclusive development, including the National Policy for Persons with Disabilities, Disability Disaster Management Policy, and the National Building Code. At the outset of COVID-19, Samoa expanded its current social protection framework to include a welfare support for people with disabilities and their families. In 2021, the government of Samoa established a district development project initiative, which coordinates community-based developments and stimulates disability inclusive community participation to lead on community development. National plans would not be possible without continuous participation and engagement with our disability persons organization, who take the lead in national advocacy and community education programs on the CRPD. Madam Chair, while Samoa has progressed some of its commitments To the CRPT, we also recognize that there is much time that remains to be done. Samoa is also recovering from the 2019 measles epidemic, and similar to around the world, the evolving COVID-19 pandemic and climate change, which has had significant impacts on access to services for women and children, including people with disabilities. Given the magnitude of the work and what is at stake, Samoa is clear that a whole of society integrated, strengths-based approach is critical to accelerate progress and success. Samoa welcomes the continued assistance of ESCAP in mobilizing technical and financial assistance at the regional, sub-regional level, and national level, as per the Paris Declaration and UN Development System framework, to support nationally led disability inclusive development. Samoa would also like to advocate for the opportunity to increase support for the participation in person of more Pacific Island countries in these reviews, whether it be a combined Asia and Pacific process. Madam Chair, Samoa reaffirms its commitment to the 2030 Agenda, the 2050 Blue Pacific Strategy, the CRPT, the Ancient Strategy, and look forward to continue collaboration to make the right real for our citizens with disabilities, so as to leave no one behind. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Samoa. The Secretariat takes note of your deliberation, and now I invite Philippines, the Deputy Executive Director, National Council of Disability Affairs, to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. His Excellencies, distinguished delegates, members of the CSOs, the Philippine government, in its effort to support the implementation of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and the Incheon Strategic Framework to make the rights real in the Asia-Pacific region, has for its decade and developed and included the concerns of persons with disabilities in our Philippine Development Plan 2016 to 2022 after the midpoint review, and moving forward 2023 to 2028. The vision of the 2040 Philippine government is to make Philippine society achieve a high-level upper middle class in terms of economic performance and ensure that persons with disabilities would be among the vulnerable groups that will be given priority in access to inclusive education, employment, livelihood, through information communication technologies, and to secure food security during natural and calamities and disasters, since the Philippines is vulnerable to climate change. The Philippines, as member of the ASEAN sub-region, would like to state that the advocacy of the Bali Declaration in the Declaration of the ASEAN Decade of Persons with Disabilities has adopted the ASEAN Enabling Master Plan, which is the ASEAN framework to ensure that member states of the ASEAN will implement the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities consistent with its vision of an ASEAN people-centered community banded as one. Our legislative measures as part of our progress is ensuring persons with disability to achieve quality education and employment, social protection. Currently, our Philippine Congress has enacted the law, Republic Act 11650, establishing and instituting a policy of inclusion services for learners with disability and establishing an inclusive learners resource center to ensure learners with disability in all schools access in this district, municipalities, and cities, and providing standards and appropriating funds therefore. This law aims to implement the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities under Article 24 and the Incheon goals of number 5 in the Asia-Pacific region to ensure quality education for all children. Meanwhile, Republic Act 10524 mandates the Philippine government to reserve 1% of all its workforce to persons with disabilities. In addition, it also provides under Republic Act 10070 to prioritize persons with disabilities as head of the Persons with Disability Affairs offices in their unit in all government, local government with classification 1, 2, 3 in the Philippines. Republic Act 11228 also ensures persons with disability access to health services in addition to our Universal Healthcare Program mandated by Republic Act 11223. All the foregoing legislative measures is the Philippine commitment and expression of support and recognizing persons with disabilities are part of Philippine society and are holders of rights. Finally, Madam Chair, I would like to congratulate you to be elected as chair of this ESCAP final review, and to congratulate as well UN ESCAP for conducting and organizing this interlevel high governmental meeting to have the final review. Again, thank you very much to all of you, and congratulations. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Deputy Executive Director, for your deliberations. We now move on to Republic of Korea, and I'd like to invite the Senior Deputy Director, Division of Rights Promotion for Persons with Disabilities, Ministry of Health and Welfare. You have the floor, sir.
Honorable Madam Chair, distinguished delegates of ESCAP members and associate members, distinguished representatives from CSOs and excellencies, I am Choi Gi-jeon, Senior Deputy Director of the Division of Right Promotion for Persons with Disabilities, Ministry of Health and Welfare of the Republic of Korea. The Korean government would like to appreciate the opportunity to take the initiative in implementing the Incheon strategy in order to make the right real for persons with disabilities in Asia and the Pacific. For the success of the Incheon strategy, which presented disability inclusive development goals on the regional level for the first time, the Korean government has yielded many fruitful outcomes as the leading country of the third Asian Pacific decade of persons with disabilities cooperating with the Asia Pacific region. Particularly by establishing Make the Right Real Fund and designating KODI, the Korea Disabled People's Development Institute, as the secretariat of the fund, the Korean government has continued technical cooperation to develop and operate disability inclusive policies and programs in member states. Under the Incheon strategy, there have been domestic achievements as well, such as abolishing the disability grading system and continuously increasing the amount of disability pension while securing the representation of persons with disabilities in political decision-making processes. The government has also put steady efforts in improving the legal and institutional systems as shown in enacting the Act on Guarantee of Rights of and Support for Persons with Developmental Disabilities, the Korean Sign Language Act, and establishing the legal grounds for barrier-free environment. The Korean government has been very active in taking policy measures to protect lives of persons with disabilities and to ensure their safety and access to healthcare amid the COVID-19 pandemic. It enhanced the accessibility to accurate information on the infectious disease when delivering the major announcement related to COVID-19 policy and response manuals by providing sign language, braille, and text-to-speech conversion. Also, it has provided separate hospital beds dedicated to persons with disabilities who have the infectious disease in order to provide them with customized medical support and stable treatment. Building on these achievements of the Incheon strategy, the Korean government is committed to strengthen the international solidarity by reloading the sustainable partnership to establish a system that is more universal for human rights of persons with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your deliberation. We now move on to Turkey. We have the Director General of Services for Persons with Disability and the Elderly, Ministry of Family and Social Affairs. You have the floor, sir.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I would like to convey our thanks to the Bureau for their efforts in organizing this meeting and greet everyone with my best wishes. The COVID-19 pandemic has posed significant challenges in all spheres of life, and we know that people with disabilities were among the hardest hit. Despite the pandemic, Turkey continued to take important steps in terms of both policy making and implementation of policies within framework of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities 2030 Agenda and Incheon strategy with the disability inclusive approach. Transformation of policies both on international and regional levels alongside international collaboration has made significant contributions to our country, especially in the last decade. Acting with the vision of a society that leaves no one behind, Turkey prioritizes every individual as the essential element of social development. We create our policies and services with a human rights-based approach in a disability-inclusive view. This policy approach is mainly shaped by the Turkish Disability Act 2005, and that is amended in 2014 based on Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. The level and experience that we have reached within the last 20 years with disability inclusion has guided us in targeting a further point for the future. Significant progress has been made, particularly in developing inclusive information communication technologies, increasing employment diversity, and addressing humanitarian emergencies that promotes the protection of the rights of persons with disabilities and their independent living. General Directorate of Services for Persons with Disability and Elderly is the focal point of Turkey for promoting, implementation, and monitoring of both Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and the Incheon strategy at national level. By providing public sector and civil society cooperation, General Directorate coordinates harmonization of national policy, laws, public services, and resources with the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. In this context, the 2030 Barrier-Free Vision was announced by the President of Turkey, His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdoğan, in December 2021 with the vision of an inclusive society where persons with disabilities can realize their full potential as equal citizens. This vision will take our accomplishment to a step further and will be a roadmap in all our policies and services by 2030. As a high-level policy document, our barrier-free vision aims to create a holistic framework to mainstream disability in all policies, programs, and services to raise awareness and to strengthen the participation of persons with disabilities in the policy-making and implementation processes. Barrier-free vision is envisaged to be implemented with 3-year action plans. The Monitoring and Evaluation Board on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities was established to create and implement our disability inclusive policy with a more effective and coordinated manner. It was further strengthened with the circular published in 2021 by bringing together the senior representatives of all relevant public institutions and the 2 disability confederations, which have power of representation. Through this mechanism, interinstitutional cooperation and coordination and the participation of civil society organizations are strengthened to provide effective solutions in the disability field. To conclude, we believe that the 10-year plans are providing significant contributions on a national, regional, and global level regarding the protection and strengthening of the rights of persons with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Turkey. Ma'am, please accept my apologies for addressing you as sir. My sincere apologies. We now give the floor to China, who will be joining us via Zoom. And we have the Director General, Internal Affairs Department, China Disabled Federations. Sir, you have the floor.
主席、女士、女士们、先生们、朋友们，大家好。首先，衷心感谢亚太经社会多年来为推动本地区残疾人事务发展所做的卓有成效的工作和发挥的重要引领作用。召开第3个亚太残疾人10年中期审议会议，共同回顾和总结过去10年本地区残疾人工作，探讨如何在新的背景和挑战下实现残疾人融合发展，正逢其时，意义十分重大。中国政府高度重视残疾人事务，采取切实措施履行《残疾人权利公约》，落实人权战略和北京宣言，努力实现2030年可持续发展议程涉及残疾人发展目标。中国将残疾人事务纳入国家经济和社会发展规划。在中国，直接涉及残疾人保护的法律已经有90多部，残疾人合法权益得到有效保障。截至2020年，中国710万农村贫困残疾人已经如期摆脱了绝对贫困。我们继续为60多万易返贫致贫和突发严重困难残疾人提供及时帮扶，为2700多万困难和重度残疾人提供生活补贴和护理补贴，努力确保残疾人不返贫。康复是生命的重建。中国第1所国家级康复大学已经基本建成，将培养更多康复人才。我们积极发展融合教育，帮助更多残疾孩子到普通学校读书，为有特殊需求的考生参加高考提供合理便利。2021年，超过 1.69 万名残疾学生被普通高等院校录取。我们推动有能力的残疾人就业，制定促进残疾人就业3年行动计划，特别重视促进残疾妇女就业，为他们创建美丽工坊，通过经济赋能，让残疾人生活的更有尊严。我们重视无障碍建设。今天，在中国各个城市，无障碍建设设施随处可见。2022年冬残奥会在北京成功举办，不仅向世界展示了中国残疾人体育的发展和无障碍设施建设的进步，也将激励和推动更多残疾人参与体育运动，营造包容友好的社会氛围。中国愿继续支持新一期亚太残疾人10年行动，同亚太经社会和亚太各国一道，加强互学互鉴，深化交流合作，共同实现亚太地区残疾人包容发展。谢谢大家。
Thank you, Director. The Secretariat notes your deliberation. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the representative from Russian Federation. We have the Director of Department of Disability Affairs. Director, you have the floor.
Уважаемая госпожа председатель, уважаемые коллеги, благодарим организаторов за возможность принять участие в сегодняшнем межправительственном совещании. В России насчитывается более 11 миллионов людей с установленной инвалидностью, это где-то 8% нашего населения. Россия в этом году подвела итоги десятилетней работы по достижению целей Инчхонской стратегии и выполнению Конвенции ООН о правах инвалидов. Одним из основных результатов этой работы стала всесторонняя переработка российского законодательства в целях реализации идей безбарьерной среды, инклюзии и разумного приспособления. При этом эти изменения обеспечивают поэтапное формирование социального и правозащитного подхода к вопросам инвалидности. Система льгот и пособий, которая ранее обеспечивала инвалидам определенный минимальный уровень социальных гарантий, за прошедшее время была дополнена комплексом новых правовых возможностей для осуществления ими равного с другими гражданами участия в жизни общества. В этих целях осуществлены изменения были в законодательство о соцзащите инвалидов, гражданское и значимое число других федеральных законов. В частности, у нас введен запрет на строительство объектов и производство товаров, не приспособленных с учетом потребностей инвалидов. Требования конвенции имплементированы во все административные регламенты предоставления государственных услуг и муниципальных. Новыми нормами законодательство дополнено в соответствии с идеями инклюзии и недискриминации. Определены обязанности, которые четко прописаны для обеспечения условий для самостоятельной жизни. В числе таких условий в законных и подзаконных актах установлены контролируемые государством требования по созданию инвалидам безбарьерной среды, оказанию помощи, к доступу к информации, индивидуальной мобильности, получению услуг в основных сферах жизнедеятельности. В результате в России формируются важнейшие направления социальной политики, такие как система комплексной реабилитации инвалидов, включая раннюю помощь и сопровождение, организация жизнеустройства как альтернатива постоянного проживания в стационарных учреждениях социального обслуживания, система государственного контроля надзора в сферах обеспечения жизнедеятельности лиц с инвалидностью. При этом в России также осуществляется постепенный переход от медицинской модели к правозащитной. Все принимаемые акты и программы учитывают многообразие людей с инвалидностью и взаимодействие, которое происходит с учетом их нарушения здоровья и средовыми барьерами. Также обеспечено участие общественных организаций в подготовке законопроектов и нормативных актов и во всех принимаемых решениях. Оценка итогов первого десятилетия Инчхонской стратегии позволила нам продлить государственную программу «Доступная среда». Это основной инструмент реализации идей конвенции. Это нам позволяет создавать правовые, экономические и институциональные условия для интеграции инвалидов во все сферы жизни общества, устранять социальную разобщенность инвалидов и способствовать их интеграции. За прошедший период нам удалось повысить долю доступных объектов в 5 раз, с 14 до 68%. Доля людей, которые положительно оценивают отношение населения к проблемам инвалидов, также увеличилась в 3 раза до 77%. Доля людей, которые признают навыки и достоинства, способности инвалидов в общей численности опрошенных, также составляют порядка 90%. За прошедшие годы мы расширили перечень пособий и услуг реабилитационных, выросли объемы и поддержки общественных организаций, которые реализуют проекты в этой сфере. Продолжая эту работу, Российская Федерация приняла дополнительную подпрограмму по формированию современной системы комплексной реабилитации. И сегодня мы можем констатировать, что в России создан действенный механизм достижения целей Инчхонской стратегии, а также контроля за исполнением со стороны государства и общества всех принятых обязательств. Благодарю за внимание.
Thank you, Director, for your deliberations. I'd now like to give the floor to Singapore. We have the Director, Disability Office, joining us via Zoom. Director, you have...
Thank you. ESCAP Executive Secretary, Ms. Alisha Bana, representatives from ESCAP member states, international organizations, including organizations of persons with disabilities from the Asia-Pacific region. ESCAP has played a significant role in the upholding and implementation of disability rights in the Asia-Pacific region. We are honored to share the progress Singapore has made in the implementation of the Asian and Pacific Decade of Persons with Disabilities and the insurance strategy to make the right real for persons with disabilities in Asia and the Pacific. We look forward to learning from fellow member states, and we thank the ESCAP Secretariat and Government of Indonesia for facilitating this process. Madam Secretary, Singapore is committed to building an inclusive society where persons with disabilities are enabled to pursue their aspirations, achieve their potential, and participate as equal, integral, and contributing members of society. We do so through our national roadmaps, which we call the Enabling Master Plans. These long-term plans guide our efforts across government, people, and private sectors to build a more inclusive Singapore. I will outline some of the key areas of progress since 2013. Singapore firmly believes all children, including those with disabilities, should have access to quality education. We have substantially increased our investment in early intervention services, investing around 80 million Singapore dollars in 2021, almost double our investment in 2018. We strive to remove employment barriers and create opportunities for persons with disabilities to be meaningfully employed. In 2021, the government introduced the Enabling Employment Credit, providing employers of eligible Singaporeans with disabilities with wage offsets of up to 20% of monthly wages. We supported about 6,400 employers that employed more than 9,700 Singaporeans with disabilities in 2021. In 2020, we introduced the Enabling Mark, our first national accreditation framework, recognizing organizations for being disability-inclusive employers. To reduce physical barriers, all public buses are wheelchair accessible. All train stations have wheelchair accessible routes, and all bus interchanges, including 98% of bus stops, are barrier-free. Today, around 79% of buildings that are open to public access and over 99% of all other public spaces have achieved basic accessibility. Now, even as we have made good progress, there is more that we can do, and we will do so. To enable persons with disabilities to keep pace within a fast-changing economy, we have launched the Enabling Academy in May this year. It is a disability learning hub that promotes lifelong learning for persons with disabilities. The government will also work with disability organizations and industry champions to develop alternative employment models, such as microjobs, and increase the number of disability-inclusive employers. Within our realities of low birth rates, aging population, and shrinking family sizes, we will work with persons with disabilities and disability organizations to design alternative housing and care models that will enable persons with disabilities to live, participate, and age in the community. We will also pilot enabling services hubs, which will have dedicated local teams to bring disability services such as social and learning activities closer to where persons with disabilities live. We look forward to hearing and learning from fellow member states in the Asia-Pacific region as we work towards a world that is inclusive to all persons with disabilities. Thank you, Madam Secretary and members.
Thank you very much, Director, for your deliberations. We will now move on to Azerbaijan, who will be joining us via Zoom. We have the Head of Disability Policy Department, Ministry of Labour and Social Protection of Population. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, distinguished members and colleagues. As all we know, the UNCRPD emphasizes certain commitments related to non-discrimination of persons with disabilities, respect for their physical and mental integrity on an equal basis, as well as the improvement of national legislation. In this regard, Azerbaijan adopted the law on the rights of persons with disabilities in May 2018. The law covers the provision of all the rights and freedoms stipulated by the Convention, including the basic principles of state policy and guarantees on disability, rehabilitation of persons with disabilities, their employment and social protection. The government has approved up to 20 legislative acts covering a range of rights of persons with disabilities and support their inclusion into society, including a reasonable accommodation, an electronic register for persons with disabilities, and implementation of the individual rehabilitation programs. At present, a special electronic model, a special software is being created to implement the individual rehabilitation program, which will be launched later this year. The program includes a complex of measures connected with medical, vocational, psychological, and pedagogical rehabilitation, provision of assistive technologies, and the development of social skills. At the same time, within the framework of cooperation with the European Union, a new project is being implemented with the aim of social inclusion of persons with disabilities, transition from a medical rehabilitation model to a social rehabilitation model, improving the quality of services and creating a new system based on best international practices. In 2015, the Azerbaijani government launched an electronic disability assessment system using special software called Disability Subsystem. As a consequence, disability status of citizens is now assessed electronically by the medical social expert commissions through a subsystem based on referrals from public health institutions without the presence of a person. Later, citizens are notified via SMS about the decision. The system ensures objectiveness and transparency in the disability assessment processes that carried out through the electronic infrastructure without state-citizen contact. Subsystem is integrated to a variety of information systems and databases of different government stakeholders that ensures the accuracy and validity of the acquired information. Moreover, a new electronic system on maintaining the e-register of persons with disabilities was created. The main purpose of creation the database on persons with disabilities is to record and analyze relevant information on disability, as well as to improve the quality of provided to them services. Personal information about persons with disabilities, such as the date, duration, cause, and percentage of disability, initial and recurrent disability, date of subsequent assessment of disability, and etc. is reflected in the register. The new disability assessment criteria was approved and entered into force starting in July this year. From this date, instead of the traditional restricted 3 degrees, disability is determined and assessed by the expression and limitation of impairment of the functions of the human body as a percentage. In connection with this new criteria, a legislative package was adopted, including up to 100 legislative acts. In addition, about 40 legislative acts were approved to remove from the national legislation the terms and expressions used to describe disabilities or people with disabilities that were considered offensive or carried negative connotations. They were replaced with neutral words and expressions which do not create a negative image of persons with disabilities. On top of that, the government approved amendments to the legislation in order to create equal conditions and opportunities for people with disabilities to effectively use information technologies and the internet. The decision will ensure the accessibility of all public organization official websites in accordance with global standards. Moreover, in order to strengthen the social protection of vulnerable groups as well as their persons with disabilities, 3 packages of social reforms were implemented in the last 4 years. As a result, disability benefits increased 2.4 times and the average monthly disability pension by 82%. At the same time, at those centers created to provide a single window model for social services, sign language interpretation services are organized to ensure that the persons with disabilities have easy access to all those services. These services are the services which provided by the Minister of Labor and Social Protection of Population of Azerbaijan. Despite all the achievements, I must say with regret that as a result of groundless territorial crimes by Armenia and ensuing wars, the number of persons with disabilities in Azerbaijan has unduly increased during the past 30 years. Constant deliberate targeting by Armenia of Azerbaijan's civilian compounds in the course of the almost 3-decade-long conflict and emphatic refusal immediately release all and accurate minefield maps for Azerbaijan's formerly occupied territories after the Second Karabakh War in fall 2020 led to otherwise avoidable further increase of the number of persons with disabilities, both among civilians and the military personnel. Since the signing of the leaders of Azerbaijan, Armenia, and Russia of the trilateral statement on 10th November 2020, more than 250 innocent people, including 2 journalists, have either lost their lives or become disabled as a result of mine explosions. Azerbaijan is among the most heavily landmine contaminated countries in the world. The UNDP and UNMAS interagency mine action assessment mission to Azerbaijan in December. I am just finishing, just 2 statements. To Azerbaijan in December 2020 concluded that Azerbaijan has now come face to face with a new, large and complex explosive ordnance threat. Despite the flat-out efforts of Azerbaijan to demine formerly occupied territories, the number of victims regretfully keeps growing. Finally, I would like to highlight that the Republic of Azerbaijan is working actively to create a fully accessible physical environment for persons with disabilities and strives to ensure their full inclusion in society, education, and employment. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your statement. We'll now give the floor to Vanuatu to deliver the country statement. Can I invite the National Human Rights Coordinator, Ministry of Justice and Community Services to take the floor? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to speak on behalf of the government of the Republic of Vanuatu, a small nation but determined for the protection of its people with disability. Please allow me to present the country's statement. The government of Vanuatu has taken steps to promote and protect the rights of persons with disability, showing its commitment to being one of the first countries within the Pacific region to ratify the CRPD in 2008. In its effort toward the rights of people with disability, the government has committed to developing policies from different governmental ministries and departments to strive for these rights to ensure it is real. Further to its effort, the Ministry of Justice and Community Services established the Disability Task, which drives the development of the National Disability Inclusive Development Policy 2018 to 2025. Within the policy, it addresses the following 8 priority areas: mainstreaming the rights of persons with disability, disability-specific services, leadership and representation, disability statistics, coordination and resourcing, accessibility, awareness, and women and girls with disability. The government, in its continued commitment through the Ministry of Education, has developed the National Inclusive Education Policy, which is going through its review at present. Furthermore, it is now working with its partners to develop the National Standard Sign Language, which is ongoing. Also, with its partnership with NGOs, they are implementing inclusive education and also early intervention class programs. The government also, through the Ministry of Health, had for the first time last year, 2021, developed and launched its first inclusive health sector strategy, which at the moment now in implementation phases. The government, in its continued effort, established a mechanism of the National Disability Committee, which consisted of different members, including representatives from people with disability from different organizations. This committee has expanded to the provincial levels across the country, seeing the establishment of provincial committees. The government, through the Disability Desk, had coordinated effective efforts and collaborative partnership with partners, stakeholders, NGOs, local NGOs, and CSOs, all together to effectively implement the National Action Plan, Asia Pacific Region Strategic Plan for People with Disability, aligning with SGD goals. In its continued effort, through the Department of National Statistics Office for the 2020 National Census, has for the first time integrated the Washington group of questions as a tool for the record of people with disability to fully reflect and well representation of people with disability within the country. In terms of accessibility and transportation, the government had, through the ministry and local partnership, had negotiated with transport owners upon approval letters to have people with disability grant free access to inter-island shipping.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the government of Vanuatu is devoted and committed to ensuring the rights of persons with disability and will work together with all its partners to implement together, to achieve together, and to make the rights real. Thank you, Tomas.
Thank you very much, National Human Rights Coordinator, Minister of Justice and Community Service. Excellencies, distinguished guests, I now give the floor to India. Mr. Yadav, Joint Secretary, Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. You have the floor, Mr. Yadav.
Respected Madam Chairperson, distinguished delegates, members of civil societies, a very good afternoon. The Indian Constitution propagates inclusiveness that embraces diversity in religion, language, and ethnicity. The issues concerning empowerment of persons with disabilities are on the center stage of national development agenda of our government. India has been amongst the first few countries to ratify the UNCRPD. We have taken significant steps in incorporating the principle of UNCRPD in domestic law, that is Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act 2016. This Act provides and protects the rights and entitlements of PWDs, which inter alia include non-discrimination, protection from abuse, violence, and exploitation, ensures community life, legal capacity, access to justice, inclusion, accessibility, etc. It also provides for affirmative intervention like reservation of not less than 4% in government jobs and reservation of not less than 5% in seats in government and government-aided higher educational institutions for PWDs. Madam Chairperson, I am happy to share that India is one of the fastest growing economies in the world. In the last 2 decades or so, millions of people have left the poverty behind. This process has been supplemented by targeted schemes and programs and affirmative action in favor of PWDs. The government always follows the principle of stakeholder consultation while framing rules, regulations, guidelines, schemes meant for empowerment of PWDs. They are included in various committees constituted by the government from time to time. Some of the states have also recently made provisions for mandatory representation of PWDs in village panchayats and district panchayats. The government launched Accessible India campaign, a flagship program to create barrier-free environment in physical infrastructure, transport, and information and communication technology ecosystem for PWDs. We are making fast progress in making our public infrastructure accessible. All 35 international airports, 55 domestic airports, and 709 major railway stations in India have been made accessible. Madam Chairperson, the government adopted National Education Policy 2020, which promotes inclusive education in line with the spirit of UNCRPD. It provides for barrier-free access for all children with disabilities in educational institutions, availability of assistive devices and appropriate technology-based tools, as well as adequate and language-appropriate teaching learning materials. We have a strong institutional mechanism for providing rehabilitative services for PWDs. The government set up 9 national institutes to take care of needs of specific categories of PWDs. These institutes provide rehabilitative services to about 2.5 million PWDs every year. Madam Chairperson, the government implements various schemes and programs for empowerment of PWDs by way of providing high-end contemporary devices to improve mobility and independent living. During the last 8 years, aids and appliances worth of about $180 million have been distributed to 2.3 million PWDs. Under the Act, the Chief Commissioners for PWDs and State Commissioner of Disabilities to monitor implementation and look into the grievances regarding deprivation of rights of PWDs. As regards disaster management, the government adopted the Disability Inclusive Disaster Management Principle in line with the Sendai framework. The government also adopted guidelines on disability inclusive disaster risk reduction in September 2019. The government is implementing Unique Disability Identity Card UDI project for a view to create a national database for PWDs to provide authentic and accurate dynamic data on a real-time basis. So far, more than 8.3 million UDID cards have been generated in the country. Madam Chairperson, the government is taking all-out measures to accomplish the task of making the right real for PWDs. However, the need of hour is to concerted effort about involving relevant stakeholders. Let us utilize this opportunity to review the Asian Pacific Decade for PWDs and come out with the practicable national and regional action plans to achieve the goal in inclusion of PWDs in the mechanism mainstream. India stands with all the efforts made in this regard. India conveys special thanks to ESCAP and Government of Indonesia to host this event. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you very much, India. Excellencies, distinguished guests, we now move on to we move on to hearing from the Under Secretary for Labour and Welfare Bureau from Hong Kong, China, Mr. Ho Kai-ying. Mr. Ming, you have the floor. Mr. Ming will be joining us via Zoom.
President, distinguished members and participants, I'm honored to share the continuous effort made by the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region government in China in catering for the needs of persons with disabilities and making their right view, hence developing a disability-inclusive society in Hong Kong. The HKSAR government is fully committed to promoting, protecting, and ensuring the full and equal enjoyment of human rights and fundamental freedoms of persons with disabilities in accordance with law and promoting respect for their inherent dignity. The overarching policy is to help persons with disability develop their capabilities and integrate into the community and enable their full participation in social life and enjoyment of equal opportunities in personal development. In terms of government expenditure, the HKSAR government's estimate the current budget on rehabilitation and medical social services in 2022-23 is around Hong Kong dollar 10.5 billion, representing a significant increase of 63% as compared to the actual expenditure 5 years ago in 2017-18. This clearly implies our commitment to addressing the diverse needs of persons with disabilities. We have indeed never slowed down our steps in fostering diversity, barrier-free, and independent living for persons with disabilities since the promulgation of Asian and Pacific Decades of Persons with Disabilities 2013 to 2022 and interim strategy in 2012, as well as the adoption of Beijing Declaration in 2017. Among a wide array of rehabilitation measures and initiatives, I would like to specifically underscore our presence with disabilities and rehabilitation programs, plans, RPP, published in July 2020. The RPP has been formulated by the Rehabilitation Advisory Committee, RAC, as the principal advisory body of the HKSAR government on rehabilitation matters, with a membership comprising persons with disabilities, their carers, participators of non-NGOs in the rehabilitation sectors, academics, and professionals. In the course of formulating RPP, the RAC conducted 3 rounds of extensive public engagement exercise, including convincing public fora, stakeholders meetings, and focus group discussion with over 3,000 participants, being persons with disabilities, their carers, NGOs, and self-help groups. Views and comments received have been coordinated, analyzed, and appropriately crystallized in the recommendation put forward by the RPP. I will also highlight that RPP adopts a lifespan approach in examining the needs of persons with disabilities in different aspects and stages of their lives. It sets out the practical directions and short to long-term rehabilitation measures for the next 10 years, with vision to recognize the diversified developmental needs of persons with disabilities, respect their autonomy and independence, and enable them to unleash their potential and contribute to society. The RPP recommendations comprehensively cover the various services needs of persons with disabilities, including preschool rehabilitation to higher education, vocational rehabilitation and training, employment support, community and residential care services, promotion of disability inclusive culture, accessible facilities and transport, participation in cultural and arts, with recreational and sports activities, as well as the sustainable development of rehabilitation services. The Hong Kong HKSAR government has been actively implementing the RPP recommendations, tapping the advice of the RAC and other stakeholders in the rehabilitation sector on an ongoing basis. Apart from the endeavoring to enhance the quality and quantity of regular rehabilitation services, we are also encouraged by the cross-sector collaboration in launching a number of new projects of trying out novel service models for the benefits of persons with disabilities in accordance with the structural directions of RPP. The HKSAR government looks forward to exchange with other members on the experience in developing in a disability inclusive society over these 3 days, and will sustain the efforts of promoting the rights and the needs of the person with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we have now come to the end of the statements by members and associate members of the Commission. Is there any member of the or any associate member of the Commission who wishes to take the floor now before we move on? No. I see no expression of interest to take the floor. I would now like to invite representatives of the observer countries, intergovernmental organizations, and UN entities to deliver their statements. I now give the floor to the delegate from UNICEF to take the floor. She will be joining us via Zoom. Thank you.
Global data reveals that 1 in every 10 children in the world live with a disability. These children are deprived, feel discriminated against, and are most likely to be out of school. Almost half have never attended. In the Asia-Pacific region, UNICEF, in close partnership with governments, civil society, other United Nations agencies, and, importantly, children and their families, have been supporting the implementation of the Incheon strategy and ensuring the rights and well-being of children with disabilities. Over the years, our collective efforts have yielded tangible gains in building and strengthening sustainable systems and structures to address the immediate and long-term needs of children with disabilities. For instance, in 2021, UNICEF's interventions benefited 4.8 million children with disabilities in the world, of whom over 222,000 are from the East Asia and Pacific region, and over 630,000 from the South Asia region. In the same year, all UNICEF country offices in these regions reported results on disability inclusion in the fields of education, early childhood development, child protection, health, social protection, and through advocacy, legislation, and data collection. During the decade of persons with disabilities, the generation of new globally comparable data sets on disability in the Democratic Republic of Korea, in Kiribati, Lao PDR, and Mongolia led to robust policy and legislative changes that secured additional rights for children with disabilities. UNICEF also supported efforts across the region to ensure disability-inclusive policies on inclusive education, for example, in Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal, and Papua New Guinea, for case management in Vietnam, and also to put in place social protection systems of persons with disabilities in Cambodia, Timor-Leste, and Thailand, with appropriate resources allocated. Efforts were also made to strengthen relationships, synergies, and coordination with partner organizations working at the regional level. UNICEF provided technical support to the Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations for the development of the ASEAN Enabling Master Plan 2025 to mainstream the rights of persons with disabilities, which includes explicit reference to and actions for children with disabilities. In 2020, UNICEF initiated and established formal partnerships on disabilities with a geographical scope for the entire Asia-Pacific region, namely the Asia-Pacific Working Group on Disability Inclusive Education and the Asia-Pacific United Nations Working Group on Disability Inclusion, embedded in the interagency-based coalition structure. These groups have enhanced coordination, capacity building, and knowledge exchange. Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you very much. We now move on to hearing from the Chief of United Nations Disaster Risk Reduction Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific. You have the floor now. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I'm really honored to address this high-level meeting today. Disasters and disaster risk are increasing despite the agreement enshrined in the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction to reduce disaster risk and losses. Current projections indicate for 2030 an increase of disasters by 40% compared to 2015. Climate change is a major driver of this trend. Disasters continue to disproportionately impact persons with disabilities, and we are lagging behind in adopting the necessary preventative measures. Much more must be done with the full engagement and leadership of persons with disabilities in the design, implementation of programs, and investment for disaster risk reduction. This is a clear commitment in the Sendai Framework, also in Article 11 of the Conventions on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and of course also Goal 7, the Incheon strategies to make the right real. And I was very encouraged by the statements that I heard today. Whereas there has been progress in reducing losses of lives to disasters, the number of people affected is trending upwards, and we still lack disability disaggregated data to have a clear picture and adopt the necessary preventative measures. For change to happen, investment in disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptations must significantly increase. Accessibility of financing instruments must be enhanced, and this is critical for LDCs, LLDCs, and SIDS. This was very much voiced at the Asia-Pacific Ministerial Conference on Disaster Risk Reductions, co-hosted by Australia and UN Office for Disaster Risk Reductions in September 2022. Investment will also concern infrastructure, which, together with the essential services that they provide, need to be risk-informed and universally accessible. This is clearly enshrined in the Principles for Resilient Infrastructure, recently launched at the Global Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction, kindly hosted by the government of Indonesia in Bali in May 2022. The conference in Australia last September also called for disaster risk reductions to be inclusive and people-centered, acknowledging that systemic discriminations and inequality are drivers of disaster risk. A gender transformative, disability inclusive, and human rights-based approach that promotes and supports diverse participation and leadership of persons living with disabilities does reduce disaster risk. As we meet, countries are completing national reviews for the Sendai Framework Implementation Midterm Review, which will conclude with a high-level meeting presided by the President of the General Assembly, the UN General Assembly, in May 2023. Please make sure that disability be given the necessary accounting in the national reports, as well as in the outcome document in New York. An immediate concrete opportunity to make disaster risk reduction inclusive is offered by the UN Secretary General's call for early warning system for all within 5 years. We can make a big difference, but we must work together and with the full engagement and leadership of persons with disabilities, their organizations, and local communities. Such systems must be multi-hazard, people-centered, and end-to-end. In concluding, UNDRR is very much committed to advance this important agenda and looks forward to continue working very closely with the governments, with persons with disabilities and their organizations, and support the synergy with national Sendai Framework focal points. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. Thank you very much for your deliberation. Ladies and gentlemen, Mongolia has expressed their interest to deliver their country statement, and we will now invite Mongolia to take the floor. Thank you.
Madam Chair and distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, Selamat Sor, very good afternoon. On behalf of delegates of Mongolia and myself, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the ESCAP for the great contribution to make the right rail for persons with disabilities in the Asia and Pacific region. In Mongolia, there are now 106,000 PWDs, which is 3.2% of total population. Mongolia has ratified UN Convention of the Rights of PWDs 2009. In line with principle of the convention, Mongolia has adopted the law on the rights of PWDs in 2016. The law has laid legal foundation to introduce human right-based model and changed the traditional perception regarding persons with disabilities as a welfare recipient. We have been making persistent effort at the national level to mainstream disability issues into every sector's policy documents and ensure its implementation. In addition, we are working to introduce new types of service with the purpose to realize the right of PWDs. Over the past decade, along with the legal reform, state institutional mechanisms has been restructured accordingly. For instance, in 2017, National Council Ensuring the Rights of PWD, which composed of representatives from a wide range of organizations, including disabled people's organization, was established to ensure implementation of the convention and law and to intensify intersectoral coordination. Subsequently, sub-councils have been established at every ministry and provinces and districts level to develop and implement annual plans. Moreover, in 2018, Government Agency for the PWD has been established by the Parliament and Government resolution. This policy and structural reforms have made it possible to raise public awareness regarding PWDs, to improve accessibility, to have policy and programs to support independent living, and to increase civic engagement. In addition, to ensure the implementation of the UN CRPD and Incheon strategy at national level to create favorable and accessible environment to remove barriers and empower independent living. Several measures have been taken and national legislation has been revised. In this regard, we have drafted a law on barrier-free and for accessibility for the first time, and furthermore working to revise the law on social welfare and law on rights of PWDs respectively. Honorable Madam Chair, despite achievement, there is a long way to go with regard to ensure sustainable financial system to implement newly revised and adopted legislation and to increase civic engagement in implementation and monitoring process. Therefore, further we will work harder to make more achievements. In conclusion, I would like to express that we will commit ourselves to implement outcome documents of this meeting. Thank you, ESCAP and Government of Indonesia, stakeholders, and all delegates. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Madam, for your deliberation. We will now move on to Mr. Shah Alam, the Additional Secretary, Ministry of Social Welfare from Bangladesh, who will be joining us via Zoom. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Chair, distinguished participants, very good afternoon and assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. It is indeed an honor to speak on behalf of Bangladesh. Bangladesh is committed to address the disability right issues with whole of society approach, including through family, development partners, parliament, media, National Human Rights Commission, and others. Bangladesh is governed by national constitutions, which is based on the principles of equality, human dignity, and social justice for all citizens. The general principle and obligation of the CRPD are similar to the general and fundamental principles and directives of the constitutions of Bangladesh. Distinguished participants, the government has created enabling environment through setting up legal framework, through enacting acts, formulating a number of rules and regulations, policies, and work plans in order to take subsequent initiatives and measures in accordance with the provisions of the CRPD and Incheon strategy. The names of some sorts of legal instruments itself would provide a clear message as to how intensely Bangladesh has been focusing to ensure that the rights and enshrined in the CRPD. Some of the legal instruments include Right and Protection for Persons with Disability Act 2013, Neurodevelopment Disabilities Protection Trust Act 2013, Bangladesh Rehabilitation Council Act 2018, Mental Health Act 2018, National Action Plan for the Disabled Persons 2019, Strategic Action Plan for Neurodevelopment Disorders 2016 to 2021, which will be extended up to 2030. Disability-related Integrated Social Education Policy 2019, Disabled Persons Data Use Policy 2019, Anti-Discrimination Act is under way of enactment. Besides the legal instruments, the government also established statutory bodies that include Neurodevelopment Disability Protection Trust in 2014 and Bangladesh Rehabilitation Council in 2019. Honorable Chair, now I would like to share some of our steps taken to make the right real. We are organizing the poor people with PWDS and bringing them to the mainstream of society through field level offices and providing interest-free microcredit programs. 2. We have established different kinds of training and rehabilitation centers. 3. We are organizing job fair for employment. 4. An app, Emporia, has been developed. 5. We are providing grant and loans to the DPOs. Distinguished participants, the Rights and Protection of PWDs Act of 2013 ensured the engagement of DPOs and relevant NGOs in all activities to protect the best interest of the PWDs through different committees. The Act in Section 34 further ensures that public establishment must be accessible to people with disabilities. The government has taken initiatives to make 25,000 government websites accessible. there is an open shared source text-to-speech within quotation, which has developed locally. Steps have been taken by the government to ensure accessibility by following Universal Accessibility Guidelines in Bangladesh National Building Code 2020, and steps have been taken for ensuring ramps, disability-friendly buses, accessible toilets, and drinking water facilities, along with need for assistive devices. Honorable Chair, all PWDs are receiving allowances regularly. Besides, financial assistance has been provided to PWDs. The government is providing one-time medical allowances. The government has launched a health policy titled Bangabandhu Suraksha Bima for NDD is distinguished participants. 103 Neurodevelopment Disability Centers for providing therapeutic service to NDD children in the areas of independent living, speech and language therapy, group therapy, activities of daily living, and Institute of Pediatric Neuro Disorder and Autism is working for every intervention. Education stipend program for the student with disabilities. National Special Education Center, integrated visually impaired school program, schools for visually impaired. Different types of schools have been established for different types of disabled students. Child Helpline 109 is also working. Honorable Chair, in 2015, Bangladesh government adopted National Disaster Management Policy where participation of PWDs have been ensured. Steps have been taken to build disability-friendly search and rescue boats to be used during disaster. Different assistance like financial, medical, and other have been provided to PWDs.
I'd like to ask you to conclude your statement, please.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, distinguished participants, two long-term plan of action have been adopted. Honorable Chair, our government therefore adopted an inclusive and human-centered approach in COVID-19 response and recovery efforts. We continue to intensify focus on imperatives for persons with disabilities through social and economic participation. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Bangladesh. I would now like to invite the Executive Director of Asia Pacific Center for Disability to take the floor.
Hello. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, distinguished delegates. I highly appreciate United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific as a focal entity in proactively promoting disability inclusive development in our region. And we all know that ESCAP has endorsed the Asia Pacific Development Center on Disability, or APCD, as a regional partner in supporting the implementation of CRPD. 20 years have passed. Now, we are living in a world faced with many tough challenges, such as food crisis, climate change, global warming, and the current global post-COVID-19 crisis. That is why disability inclusive development has gained even more significant. The crisis will affect developing countries more than the others. Developing countries will need more action and plan to enhance diversity and inclusion. Madam Chair, the issues connected with the high-level intergovernmental meeting are complex. APCD therefore believes that every party should shoulder its share of spirit of goodwill and cooperation so that the interim strategic goal can be achieved. To meet the challenge faced some crisis-stricken region, APCD, in collaboration with ESCAP, JICA of Japan, and the government of Thailand, has also assumed an important role in disability inclusive post-COVID-19 recovery and resilience plan for the well-being, economic, and sustainable development goal. APCD will continue building the capacity of persons with disabilities, particularly for emerging groups of persons with disability, and multi-sectoral collaboration with special attention to encourage private sector engagement in disability-inclusive business that promoted disability-friendly products, services, employment opportunity, and entrepreneurship development for the next decade. Madam Chair, let me express my highest appreciation for the work of ESCAP, who has been cooperating with APCD by providing assistance support to persons with disability and delivering a measure of dignity, stability, and self-reliance for years. ESCAP also collaborate in promoting on quality of life and food security for Thai self-advocates with intellectual disability and their family during COVID-19 pandemic project implemented during the last 2 years. It is to promote quality of life toward good health during normal and emergency period, product and assess food quality efficiency during and after the COVID-19 pandemic period, and strengthen triangular collaboration of self-advocates with intellectual disability, as well as the parent and supporter to help cope with the COVID-19 pandemic in Thailand. Being aware that developing is primarily the responsibility of developing countries, they should do their utmost to prepare the ground for their progress. The developing countries should make use of the South-South cooperation concept in every opportunity. In this context, APCD is ready to do its part through international agencies and share its experiences and best practice. We should also consolidate our commitments to the developing world and clearly set the standard. In this context, we need to speed up the process of providing disability-inclusive development to make persons with disability to be frontliners who are ready to implement the necessary reform for a better quality of life. To conclude, I wish this meeting a great success and thank to the government of Indonesia for hosting this meeting. Thank you for your attention. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Executive Director, for your deliberations. Excellencies and distinguished delegates, we have now come to the end of the statements by observer countries, intergovernmental organizations, and UN entities. I would now like to invite representatives from our CSOs, a very important partner in helping us create a barrier-free world for our persons living with disabilities. And I would like to give the floor to Mr. Suming Jo from the Korean Disability Forum, Northeast Asia. Yes. Mr. Jo, you have the floor.
Yeah. We have come a long way in engaging persons with disabilities and organization for persons with disabilities since the first decade. The working group composed of a member states organization and the CSO as equal partners. The CSO steering committee and the engagement of persons with disabilities and the OPDS in the review process are impressive achievements. But there is still more to be done as gaps and challenges remain. Meaningful and inclusive engagement in all spheres and at all levels are hindered by inclusive accessibility, reasonable accommodation, empowerment of persons with disabilities and OPDS, and resources. We would like to highlight the lead for resource for, first, capability development through training, mentoring, etc., to enable truly meaningful engagement from the stage of planning and budgeting. And secondly, to sustain CSO's engagement as well as official mechanism at the national, regional, and the local levels. Numerous groups of persons with disabilities, including indigenous groups, gender minority, persons living with dementia, and of the care partners of persons with disabilities are underrepresented. They must be recognized and engaged. Data on the issues of the diverse groups of persons with disabilities, challenge in engagement, and sharing of good practice for effective engagement and leadership are limited. So we request establishment of a platform for sharing of good practice on disabilities issues and from other movements like HIV and AIDS, which has been very successful, meaningful engagement over the target populations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Wong from the National Council for the Blind, Malaysia. Mr. Wong, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair and distinguished delegates. The adoption of Universal Design Principles and Digital Content Accessibility Guidelines significantly increased access to physical space, transportation, knowledge, information, communication, and the entry into force of the Marrakesh Treaty. More persons with disabilities are enrolled in schools, employed, access healthcare and social assistance, and enjoy leisure and recreational activities. However, most of the progress is urban and in air services. Accessibility in rural and remote areas and other modes of transportation is still very poor. Similarly, the provision of sign language and audio description is limited. The COVID-19 pandemic accelerated digital transformation, creating more opportunities in many areas. However, it also undermined access to services, such as by persons with dementia. COVID-19 information was not tailored for persons with cognitive impairment. We must ensure digital access benefits for all persons with disabilities, including persons with psychosocial disabilities and persons living with rare diseases. For this, we need, number one, multi-stakeholder partnerships and regulations that ensure a disability equitable and affordable digital environment with artificial intelligence-enabled infrastructure. Number two, accelerated ratification of the Marrakesh Treaty and harmonization of the copyright law with the treaty. In the next decade, we must be included in disaster risk reduction planning and evacuation drills on an equal basis with others. We must strive for equitable resource allocations and eliminate discriminatory post-recovery practices, taking into consideration disability intersectionality with other characteristics. The next decade must better acknowledge the diversity of disability groups. Not all disability is visible. It is important to ensure the meaningful engagement, inclusion, and leadership of care partners in planning at all levels to uphold rights, including supported decision-making, and meet the specific needs of those who cannot advocate for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wong. We now give the floor from the representative from the Pacific Disability Forum in the Pacific.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to speak today as a person with disability on behalf of organisations of persons with disability across the region. We acknowledge the key role of the private sector in supporting the participation and inclusion of persons with disabilities, as well as the enjoyment of their human rights. In the review of the progress and challenges of the implementation of the current decade, I wish to highlight the following key issues to be considered for the new decade. 1. The governments are encouraged to take leadership in influencing and supporting best practices from the private sector towards inclusion of persons with disabilities. For example, the co-designing experiences between private and public sectors for disability inclusion, barrier-free recruitment, employment incentive schemes, and reasonable accommodation provisions are adopted in some countries in our region should be promoted and shared. 2. Disability inclusive public procurement policies that promote universal design and accessibility measures should be adopted. Private sectors have a role to play in promoting goods, services and procurement for accessibility and inclusion of persons with disabilities. 3. Disability inclusive business is important to ensure genuine participation of persons with disabilities, including in small and medium enterprises, SMEs, as well as access to financial services. People with disability must be seen, valued and appreciated for what they bring to the table, not despite their differences, but rather including and for their differences. 4. The key role of the private sector in building back better to ensure resilient and inclusive communities and infrastructure, among others, must address the needs and concerns of persons with disabilities. To conclude, we, people with disability, believe that the mobilisation and promotion of good practices in the private sector will support more meaningful participation of people with disability and their representative organisations in development agendas and in all levels of decision making. Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha, for your contribution. We now invite the delegate from the Culture Centre of the Deaf to take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Promoting life cycle refers to equal access and opportunities for people with disabilities with inherent dignity in every aspect of their civic and social interactions from beginning to the end of their lives. So people should be provided with gender sensitivity policy and planning at all levels of life. So besides special provision, it should be considered to the unrepresented population in some of the below 6 mentioned areas. First, the early identification and health care. All the central, provisional, and also local healthcare institute must be skilled with professionals for every early screening and diagnosis. Second, the inclusive education. The requirements in this area include non-discriminative pedagogy for all students, including children with disabilities, and sensitization of the teachers, students, and parents. Challenges include access to mainstream education and sensitization and capacity development of the teachers, involvement of family and community in the education of the children with disabilities. Next, number 3, on social awareness. Advocacy on the strength of people with disabilities to empower them as contributing members of society is very important in all sensitization initiatives. So we need to identify the medical model and the intervention and transform them into the perspective of the social and right-based model. Advocacy is needed for right-based approach rather than charity approach. At the same time, challenges regarding public awareness of the existing law for disability rights, harmonization of the laws, political and marital rights, and social acceptance of people with disabilities in developing interventions and programs is highly recommended. Fourth, employment. Flexible opportunity for functional vocational education with the provision of digital skill development is crucial for the employment of people with disabilities. So legal support and protection, the limitation regarding access to legal support for PWD must be addressed through effective implementation of the existing law and making gender-sensitive amendments if needed. Emergency and disaster include provisions and policies and programs to address the needs of people with disabilities in the emergency context, that is COVID-19, natural disaster, geopolitical conflicts, and implement accordingly. Okay, considering all the above mentioned factors, the government must be committed and sincere while addressing these areas and develop a strong M&E structure to ensure accountability and quality implementation and adequate budget, along with ensuring the representation of the PWDs in the relevant discourse. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. We will now have Mr. Lim from ASEAN to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm the chair of the ASEAN Disability Forum. We represent nearly 30 million persons with disabilities in the 10 ASEAN countries. We would like to confine our intervention this afternoon on the promotion and monitoring during the next decade of the Asian and Pacific decade of persons with disabilities. We recognize the importance of promoting and monitoring to ensure a robust and successful Asian and Pacific decade of persons with disabilities, with a view towards better disability inclusion in this region. We recognize that the disability sector involves multi-sectorial issues involving human rights and humanitarian matters like conflicts, the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, natural disasters, and emergencies. These complex issues often require twin-track and intersectionality approach. We propose to build on and learn from the community of good practices with a special focus on the following 5 main areas. Firstly, we would advocate developing indicators with SMART criteria. S for SMART, M for measurable, A for achievement, R for realistic, T for timely, and I for inclusive. Targets are often important because usually we don't aim to fail, but often we fail to aim. Secondly, promoting and monitoring must have a many helping hands approach. It should involve the government, civil society, and persons with disabilities to achieve a synergistic outcome. And I must say that this must not be an afterthought. It should come right at the planning from the beginning. Thirdly, we must include principles of accountability, and promote the participative and empowerment of persons with disabilities. Fourthly, must require a mechanism to support periodic monitoring and evaluation, requiring the inputs of all stakeholders in the process. Finally, this monitoring and evaluation system must have a feedback mechanism for persons with disabilities and interested stakeholders to review and provide constructive recommendations to improve and address gaps in existing services or meet emerging new needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lim. Ladies and gentlemen, our second last speaker for this session is joining us via Zoom from the Disabled Peoples International Asia Pacific, Mr. Sattar. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today, remembering our DPI leaders, Yeong Ong Song of Korea, and in absence of the chairperson, Mr. Shoji Nakanishi of Asia Pacific region, I am intervening here that DPI is a core disabled people's organization in Asia Pacific, contributed and promoted the disabled people's movement in the world and also in the Asia Pacific region. And today, billion disabled peoples identify and they contributed in the world to change this world economically and with the status also. DPI is one promoted human rights and sustainable development and contributed to make society raise resilience for all. It promotes harmonization of OPD's participation and engagement among the key actors and policies makers and the national actors. It promotes disabled persons' participation in politics. It follow up the enforcement of existing law and policies implementation. And here I also want to say we should use term person with disabilities inclusive development in a state of disability inclusive development in next decade. Beyond 2022, we should work to contribute for eliminating all the unacceptable, unethical concepts, discrimination, inhuman work, barriers, and lack of fundamental rights of all types of persons with disabilities through strengthening the partnership with effective organization of persons with disabilities from grassroots to national level that facilitate to increase responsible parties, understanding, knowledge, and exert a positive influence on PWD's inclusive political participation, advancement of the society, and accelerate the overall development of the nation. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sattar. Distinguished delegates and excellencies, we now move on to our final speaker for this session, actually for this day. And I'd like to invite Mr. Atif Mohammed, South Asia Disability Forum. Mr. Mohammed, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. On behalf of South Asian Disability Forum, I would like to congratulate to ESCAP and Government of Indonesia for organizing this high-level intergovernmental meeting to conclude and review the third decade of persons with disabilities. 7 countries in South Asian region are home to the largest population of persons with disabilities in the world. These 7 developing countries have ratified UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and Incheon strategy has been a catalyst for these countries in the last decade to enact legislation aligned with UNCRPD. Working groups and committees have been established in these South Asian countries for the implementation of insurance strategy. Most of these committees and working groups have a representation of persons with disabilities in them. In follow-up of this decade, we must plan to make sure that these legislations are now implemented with their true spirit, and the global development agenda is achieved without leaving anyone on the halfway or without leaving anyone behind. We would recommend to give due attention to the political participation of persons with disabilities. Their participation in the political and the electoral processes will lead them to their inclusion in the decision-making processes. And this is the way we can have implementation of these legislation with their participation, and we can achieve inclusive employment, inclusive disaster risk reduction, inclusive education, and overall inclusive development in the Asia-Pacific region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we have now successfully discussed Agenda Item 2. I trust that the Secretariat will reflect on your deliberations in the proceedings of this meeting. I believe that we have effectively reviewed progress and challenges in the Asian and Pacific decades of persons with disabilities 2013-2022 and the implementation of the Asian strategy. We have acknowledged the good progress made while recognizing that most of the targets relating to the Asian strategy goals have not been achieved. I call on all of us to accelerate our actions towards these unachieved goals in the coming decade and ensure that no one is left behind in the achievements of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in our region. Tomorrow, we shall return to this room at 9 a.m. Jakarta time to start our deliberations on Agenda Item 3, that is forward-looking policies and strategies for disability inclusive development in Asia and the Pacific during the period to 2030, focusing on key and emerging regional issues and opportunities. I now invite the Secretary of the meeting to make some housekeeping announcement.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your wonderful steering of the meeting this afternoon. Distinguished delegates, the provisional list of participants to the high-level intergovernmental meeting will be published on the meeting website this evening. You can go on the meeting website and please verify your credentials against the provisional list. And please tell us if any changes are required. I'd like to inform all delegates that the Ministry of Social Affairs of Indonesia has arranged for a special activity for delegates who wish to visit the National Monument at Gambir this evening. Shuttle buses have been arranged to leave from the Fairmont Hotel at 5:30 p.m. this evening. You're advised to sign up for this special activity if you're interested at the registration counter on the ground floor right after this meeting, if you have not already done so. If you would wish to obtain more details, there are people who are around to explain what the visit is about. This meeting, as the Madam Chair has highlighted, would resume at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all from my side.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Secretary. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long day, and some of us have traveled long distances to be part of this very important meeting. So I urge you to take a good night's rest, and we'll see you tomorrow. Enjoy your dinner and the activities around Jakarta. And the meeting is now adjourned.
You're got to do this tomorrow morning.
Hi.
The 2 round tables.
Recording stopped.